Chapter 4966. In the blink of an eye, the four heavenly kings, the flesh and blood doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit disappeared into the body of the skeleton doppelganger. The magic hall originally had 8 ninth-stage half-step heavenly Tao masters, but now, there was only one left. Such a result stunned everyone, and their expressions changed drastically. The blood-colored unicorn was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Just a moment ago, he secretly used his divine perception to send a voice transmission, wanting to gather everyone's strength and attack with all their strength to see if they could shatter this invisible barrier. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian took away the 7 half-step heavenly Tao masters. This was clearly done on purpose, a blatant slap in the face. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the blood-colored unicorn immediately turned to glare at the skeleton doppelganger. The other desolate supremes basically all did the same. From their point of view, the last ray of hope that they had was clearly destroyed as the 7 half-step heavenly Tao masters were taken away by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not care about all of this at all. At this moment, the heavenly mystery beast, whose body was 400 million miles long, turned around and chased after another 7th-stage old monster from the human race's immortal dynasty. His back just happened to be facing the skeleton doppelganger, and it was the best time to attack. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the skeleton doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his left arm in an instant. His originally empty left palm suddenly shone with a golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in his left hand. Its design was simple and ferocious. In the middle of his palm was a 2-headed strange beast. The beast's mouth was facing up and down, and it was biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. These 2 humanoid creatures also opened their mouths wide and seemed to be roaring. It was a bowstring that was obviously made of countless fine golden threads twisted together. The 2 ends of the bowstring were connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. It was none other than the most powerful divine ability he had inherited from the primordial Yaksha, the Skyfall Bow. No, by the time everyone reacted, the gigantic bow in the hands of the skeleton doppelganger suddenly emitted an extremely weak and low humming sound. Following the humming sound, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. This was it. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with helplessness. If he had any other choice, he really did not want to use the strongest ability, the heaven-falling bow, so prematurely. This was not beneficial to him at all. After all, he had just used the heaven-falling bow on the green eyes of the heavenly Tao in the mysterious primordial void not long ago. Now that he had exposed this supreme divine ability, the green eyes of the heavenly Tao would instantly understand his identity. Unfortunately, the heavenly mystery beast was too powerful. It was a true heavenly Tao realm expert. If he didn't use the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Therefore, although he had no choice but to use this powerful ability, he had to do it. However, since he had gritted his teeth and used the fallen sky bow, it could be said that he had paid a great price. There would be a lot of trouble in the future. Therefore, he had to try his best to achieve the greatest result in today's attack. Xian's goal was to completely obliterate the heavenly mystery beast. Although he had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, it was not impossible. The heavenly mystery bow's power was just too shocking. Back in the primordial chaos war, the primordial Yaksha, who was as powerful as the void gigantic tortoise and the golden divine dragon, had once used this ultimate ability to shoot a gigantic and irreparable hole in the primordial chaos. Back then, even the heavenly mystery green eye, which represented the primordial heavenly Tao's will, was nearly blasted down by that arrow. The present heavenly mystery green eye, after countless years of recovery and hibernation, had a stage 8 heavenly Tao cultivation level that might have exceeded the cultivation level it had during the primordial chaos war. However, during that battle, the heavenly mystery green eye was definitely not at the stage 1 heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely much stronger than the present heavenly mystery beast. However, during that battle, the primordial Yaksha was only a peak desolate supremacy at the stage 9 perfection realm. Now, Yi Xian's combat strength was also at that level. The user of the heavenly mystery bow had the same cultivation level, but the target of this arrow was far inferior to the primeval heaven's eye of the past. Only from this point of view, if the present Yi Xian were to shoot this arrow, there was at least a 50% chance of directly killing the heavenly mystery beast. A 50% chance was enough. Even more furthermore, the heavenly mystery beast's back was facing him. This was the best opportunity to catch him off guard. Unknowingly, there was an additional 10% chance of successfully killing it. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. As Yi Xian chanted, the skeleton's eyes emitted a strange golden glow. Without any hesitation, he extended his right hand and pinched the bowstring of the gigantic energy bow in his left hand. In the blink of an eye, a golden energy arrow condensed, and he rapidly pulled the bowstring, hum. At the same time, an extremely deep buzzing sound reverberated. The surrounding void seemed to ripple with formless waves. It gave the feeling that the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was enough to cause the void to tremble. Swoosh! Only half a breath later, the skeleton clone suddenly released the energy bowstring in his right hand. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. At this moment, 90% of all the energy in the skeleton clone's body was instantly drained. It was almost completely drained, because it was to ensure that the heavenly mystery beast was killed in one blow. Because, if this blow did not kill the heavenly mystery beast, it would be very difficult for Yi Xian to launch a second wave of the same attack in a short period of time, given that all the energy in his body was almost completely drained. At this moment, the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it could cause one to tremble in fear. It was simply unstoppable. Even the void was directly torn apart. As the golden arrow shot out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. Its speed was extremely fast as it followed behind the golden arrow, spreading out all the way. At this moment, in a short period of time that was completely negligible, the whistling golden arrow had already reached the heavenly mystery beast's back. It was at this moment that the heavenly mystery beast subconsciously turned around as a huge sense of danger shrouded its heart. Its entire body burst out with a faint glow. Like a conditioned reflex, it activated the energy defense shield at full strength. This? Fallen sky bow? This is impossible. The golden light in Dee's eyes flashed angrily. He was horrified and let out a roar. His eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Even if he was a true existence of the heavenly path realm, at this moment he was scared out of his wits. As the fallen sky bow was activated, the void around his body was locked by the mysterious power of this supreme ability. Not to mention him, even a powerful existence like the primeval heavens, I would not be able to dodge this attack and could only be forced to take it head-on. 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 If he made it through, he could live. If he could not withstand it, then the outcome would be complete annihilation. At this moment, he clearly had no confidence. Chapter 4967. This? Fallen sky bow? This is impossible. As he turned, Dee was horrified. He let out a roar, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. At that moment, even a true heavenly Tao realm existence was frightened out of his wits. This was because the arrow that had shot over had already sealed the void around him in an invisible manner. Even a powerful existence like primeval heavens, I could not avoid this attack. He could only take it head-on. Bang! Almost in the next instant, before Dee could finish his exclamation, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. There was no suspense about what happened next. Golden the instant the perverted arrow touched the defensive shield, the heaven's secret beast suddenly twisted its body, but it did not completely avoid the arrow. It only moved half a step in the blink of an eye, avoiding the fatal blow to its head. But even his incomparably tough defensive shield was unable to stop the golden arrow that was shooting towards him. Although, however, at the moment of contact, the golden arrow seemed to have paused for a fraction of a second. The originally blazing golden light also dimmed a little, but it still pierced through the defensive shield, causing it to disintegrate and completely collapse. It was at this moment that the golden arrow entered its body. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered its body, a huge hole appeared in the heavenly mystery beast's 400-million-mile-long body. Unfortunately, it did not hit the vital point of its head. This hole, which was instantly penetrated and exploded endlessly, was located below the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. It was more than 50 million miles in diameter. The flames around the hole surged into the sky. Amidst the continuous explosion, nearly 1/6 of the heavenly mystery beast's huge body was blown up. Even its 6 arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, were of different shapes. 3 of them were destroyed by this attack. Whoosh! At the same time, in the distance, the skeleton avatar lowered its left arm. The golden bow in its left hand disappeared. Remains the skeleton avatar's face was expressionless, but it waved its hand immediately. Then it shook its head and sighed. I still failed in the end. I only seriously injured it, but I couldn't kill it with one arrow. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At this time, Yi Xian was in too much of a deficit and needed to be replenished immediately. However, even with that being the case, it would still take some time for the chaotic great medicine to dissolve in its body. Although it would not take a very long time, it was more than enough time for the heavenly fate beast to escape. This is the result of this attack greatly disappointed him. In the end, he had still underestimated the heaven's legacy beast. That energy shield of his was indeed very powerful. It had bought the heaven's legacy beast 1/10,000th of a second of time, allowing it to avoid the attack on its head. Although it was still unable to stop the golden arrow, this layer of defensive shield was able to offset a portion of the golden arrow's power before its energy was depleted and it quickly collapsed. About 30%. If it weren't for the fact that 30% of the power of the arrow had been neutralized, even if the heaven's secret beast had avoided its head, the arrow would have blasted half of its body apart in an instant, and not just 1/6 of its body. Peng. If half of its gigantic body was blasted apart, even if the heaven's legacy beast did not die on the spot, it would most likely lose its ability to move. After that, there would be no need for Yi Xian to do anything. Just the surrounding void, such as the Crimson Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, would be able to kill it completely. However, only 1/6 of its gigantic body had been blasted apart. Although it was considered a serious injury, it was far from the point where it was on the brink of death. With this level of injury, not only was the heaven's legacy beast far from losing its ability to move, but it could also escape at any time. If it was forced into a corner, it was very likely that it could even counterattack. Of course, if that was the case, its injuries would undoubtedly worsen. Therefore, unless it was forced into a corner, the heaven's legacy beast would definitely not initiate an attack in such a situation. That was right. To it, the wisest choice was to escape immediately, find a place to hide, and recover from its injuries. If he really did so, no one would be able to stop him. Unless Yi Xian could still activate his supreme divine ability, the heaven-falling bow, and shoot out another golden arrow. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. From Yi Xian activated the heaven-sundering bow, materializing the gigantic bow in his left hand, and at the same time severely injuring the heaven's legacy beast, swallowing a large amount of chaotic herbs. From the beginning to the end, it had only taken half a breath. Short. Half a breath was so short that even Huang Zun could not react in time. At this moment, in the distant void, the remaining 3 late-stage old monsters of the Human Clan Federation, as well as the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the blood-devouring lion from the Star Alliance. Only then did, after their bodies shook violently, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all exclaimed in horror, "What? Heaven-sundering bow? Isn't this the legendary primordial Yaksha's strongest divine power?" Even the green eye of the way of the heavens of the untainted land was almost shot down by it in that unparalleled battle that destroyed the entire untainted land. It has been lost for countless years. How could it suddenly appear again? Furthermore, it appeared again in the hands of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. He is clearly a human, so how did he suddenly become related to the primordial Yaksha? The power is too terrifying. As expected of the most powerful divine power of the primordial world. Even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would be severely injured by this arrow. If not for the heavenly legacy beast's quick reaction, allowing it to avoid the fatal blow to its head at the final juncture, as well as conjuring a defensive shield to reduce some of the arrow's might, the arrow would have killed the heavenly legacy beast on the spot even if it had truly stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. From the looks of the Magic Hall's master, he seems to have paid quite a price for that arrow. He probably won't be able to conjure a second arrow in a short period of time. But even so, he's still extremely powerful. Don't forget about the 7 half-step heavenly Tao realm existences that he absorbed into his body. They are completely unharmed and can be summoned at any time to defend against the enemy. Apart from that, the healing resource that the Magic Hall's master threw into his mouth seems to be extremely extraordinary. I can't tell what it is, but its energy aura is extremely rich. It's simply infuriating. I'm afraid that its depleted energy will soon be fully restored to its original state. That's not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that the Heaven's Legacy Beast is heavily injured, but it likely still has the strength to retaliate. Under such circumstances, how should we deal with it? Should we allow it to escape or join forces to attack it and use all our strength to keep it here? At this point, everyone fell silent. They exchanged glances as their eyes flickered with a dark glow. Clearly, they were hesitant. You won't be able to escape. It was at this moment that an extremely abrupt voice sounded from the void to the left. It was low and deep, and it was filled with a thick sense of resentment. It was actually Dr. Chapter 4968. You won't be able to escape. Just as everyone was hesitating, an extremely abrupt voice suddenly came from the void far to the left. It was low and deep, and there was a strong sense of resentment that could not be dispersed. It was actually Dr. This was really too surprising. Not long ago, Dr. had been severely injured by a punch from the celestial mystery beast. There was even a large amount of mechanical grinding sounds in his body, as well as a dull rumbling sound. This was clearly equivalent to the internal organs of a living creature in a blood vessel being severely injured. And after that blow, he even fainted on the spot. His body floated in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, as if he had fallen. But now, after a short while, the situation on the battlefield had a shocking reversal. The celestial mystery beast was severely injured by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian's supreme magical power, the heaven-sundering Bao. Although it was severely injured, it clearly had the strength to fight back. Facing this situation, all the desolate venerables present were hesitating whether to launch a joint attack and try to force the celestial mystery beast to stay. On the other side, Dr., who had just fainted, suddenly woke up strangely. It was simply a series of twists and turns, ups and downs, which was really unexpected. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone was stunned. A strange expression appeared on their faces, and they subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the sound. Even Yi Xian was the same. While, in the next moment, as Dr's figure came into view, Yi Xian's face, which was in the form of a skeleton, immediately showed a strange expression. Dr had obviously woken up. At this moment, his body, which was originally lying horizontally in the void, had stood up again. He stood steadily, his eyes shining brightly. He looked over and firmly locked onto the celestial mystery beast that had just been severely injured. This was not the most shocking thing. The most important thing was that although there were still mechanical grinding sounds and extremely low rumbling sounds coming from Dr's body, his aura, which had originally declined to the extreme after the celestial mystery beast's attack, had now strangely completely recovered. Not only that, but the cultivation aura that emanated from his body had also greatly increased. First, previously, Dr's cultivation level had been second-order desolate ancient sovereign. But now, the aura emanating from his body had actually reached 7th-order desolate ancient sovereign. In a short period of time, he had transformed from an early desolate master to the current late desolate master. That wasn't all. What was even more shocking was that even though he was at rank 7 Desolate Exalt, it was still not the end. It was far from the end and continued to rise. Furthermore, it was very fast. He wasn't far from rank 8 Desolate Exalt. All of this was simply shocking and completely illogical. However, after Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, a look of understanding quickly appeared on his face. He had already vaguely guessed the source of everything that had happened before him. There was no doubt that the root of the problem was the seal in D-Air's body. Previously, he and D-Air had both said that when D-Air was first created, Xingbo had already left layers of force fields in his body. These force fields were both potential and seals. Over the years, D-Air had broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation strength had also increased. Not long ago, there were only 3 layers of force field seals left in his body, and his cultivation strength at that time had already reached the late Desolate Ancient Sovereign. According to D-Air's deduction, if he broke through another layer of force field seals, his cultivation strength would definitely soar as a result. It shouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the early Desolate Ancient Sovereign in a short period of time. The truth was indeed so. Following later on, when he broke through the outermost layer of the 3 force field seals, D-Air also broke through a great realm at that time and became a supreme Desolate Ancient Sovereign. He also had the cultivation of second-order Desolate Exalt, and after that layer of seal was torn apart, there were still 2 more layers of seals in D-Air's body. According to the extent of the increase in his cultivation at that time, Yi Xian had deduced that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were all broken, D-Air's cultivation strength would most likely soar to the late Desolate Ancient Sovereign. Even the great perfection of the 9th order of this realm was half a step into the heavenly path. While, now, the reason why D-Air's injuries were completely healed in such a short period of time was obviously because he had broken through the seals. There were 2 sentences that said, "After breaking through, you will be reborn." This should be the case for D-Air this time. Although he had just been severely injured by not only was the interior of his body in chaos, but even his electronic consciousness had also fallen into chaos due to the huge blow on the spiritual level, and he had passed out. This kind of complete chaos from the body to the consciousness was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be beyond redemption. However, there was always a glimmer of hope for everything in the world. Fortunately, D-Air had firmly grasped this weak glimmer of hope that belonged to this great calamity. If there were no accidents, he should have completed a transformation and sublimation of his electronic consciousness during the process of his mental chaos. Just like the epiphany of flesh and blood, his state of mind improved. It was precisely this epiphany and the improvement and transformation of his state of mind that allowed D-Air to break through one of the last 2 seals in his body in one fell swoop. In an instant, his previous injuries had all healed, and his cultivation strength had also soared because of this. The probability of this happening was so low that it was almost negligible. Basically, it was something that could only be encountered but not sought. However, D-Air was lucky enough to have encountered it. This kind of heaven-defying luck was something that even Yi Xian was envious of. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had guessed all of this. Even the blood-red unicorn, the 9 demon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate ancient sovereigns also gradually understood after thinking about it for a while. Because of this, when they looked at D-Air again, other than envy, a strong sense of anticipation quickly appeared in their eyes. Even Yi Xian was like this. Original. The reason was very simple. The reason why they were looking forward to it was because the cultivation aura emitted from D-Air's body was still rising, and the speed was very fast. In just a short breath, he was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level Desolate Venerable. Apart from that, even the mechanical grinding and low rumbling sounds in his body did not stop. They continued to exist. Very obviously, not only did D-Air have an epiphany this time and his state of mind improved, but even his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. This transformation had not even ended and was still in progress. This meant that the last seal in his body was very likely to be torn apart in one fell swoop during the subsequent transformation. This was clearly the rhythm of the seal being completely unsealed. If this was really the case, D-Yi's cultivation strength was bound to welcome another major surge. For example, today, his cultivation realm was only a hair's breadth away from the 8th level Desolate Venerable Supreme. If it soared again, D-Air would definitely enter the 9th level Desolate Venerable Perfection. Although it was absolutely impossible to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop, the possibility of infinitely approaching the Heavenly Tao realm was definitely not small. Chapter 4969. Rumble, 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 kacha, kacha. In the distance, D-Air was walking in the void, step by step. The low rumbling sound in his body had never stopped, including the grinding sound of machinery, which made one's teeth ache. It was the same. While, apart from that, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. His speed was still very fast. Previously, he was only a step away from level 8 Desolate Venerable, but now, with just a few steps, he was able to close the gap in an instant. This scene was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, D-Air, who was originally a level 7 Desolate Venerable, had now become a level 8 Desolate Venerable. Moreover, this was not the end. As he continued to walk, the cultivation aura in his body continued to rise. Yixien, the 3 Desolate Venerables from the Human Federation, as well as the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Hidden Demon Crocodile, the 9-Headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-Devouring War Lion, had all stopped what they were doing. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they looked in the same direction. Their gazes all gathered on D-Air. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the earth-shattering explosions did not stop. They came from time to time. These were the sounds coming from the celestial mystery beast's huge body. This, in reality, only less than 10 breaths had passed since the golden arrow from the fallen sky bow hit the celestial mystery beast's body. The power of this attack was too terrifying. Even the celestial mystery beast's defensive shield, which could not be shaken by everyone's combined efforts, collapsed in an instant. Following that, the golden arrow, which had not lost its momentum, blasted a huge hole with a diameter of 5,000 miles below the celestial mystery beast's right shoulder. Even 3 of its 6 different shaped arms, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, were blown up because of this. Only based on this, it was enough to see how terrifying the power of this attack was. Although, however, the heavenly mystery beast was lucky. It managed to avoid being hit in the head and did not die because of this attack. However, it was still heavily injured. Facing such a terrifying attack, its mind was in a mess. It was like a living creature of flesh and blood that was hit in the head with a club. It was dizzy and had not yet recovered its breath. No, this was not the case. It was only his consciousness that was in chaos. Even the explosions on his body were still ongoing. Although the golden arrow condensed from the supreme ability, the Heaven's Fall Bow, had already disappeared after piercing through his body due to the depletion of energy. However, small explosions were still happening around the edges of the enormous hole on the right shoulder of the Heaven Mystery Beast, which was 50 million miles in diameter. From the looks of it, it was unlikely that the Heaven's Legacy Beast would stop for the time being. Unless the Heaven's Legacy Beast regained its clarity of mind and used some means to save itself. At this moment, D-Air had already woken up. The transformation in his body had yet to complete, but he was already walking toward the Heaven's Legacy Beast. His motive was obviously not to help him put out the fire. His real motive was to take advantage of this time to stab the Heaven's Legacy Beast again before it regained its consciousness. It was precisely because of this that the Blood-Red Unicorn, the 9U Demon Crocodile, and the others, who were about to join forces to attack the Heaven's Legacy Beast, changed their minds after exchanging glances. They stopped at the same time and stood in the void in the distance like Yixien, watching from afar. Is this the last layer of the seal? Today I will tear it apart. At this moment, as he strode toward D, who was still in a state of confusion, D-Air's eyes were filled with burning resentment. But he gnashed his teeth and muttered softly, "Perhaps Xingbo did say those words to you back then. The reason why he left so many layers of seals in my body was to wait for you to grow up so that you could devour. But in reality, you were probably deceived. Although the seals in my body still exist, with the tear just now, some information was unsealed. Between you and me, only one can survive. However, Xingbo did not mean that I would be devoured by you. He was only raising the cup. When the last layer of my seal is torn apart, It will be the time for you and me to fight to the death and devour each other. The one who survives will be the true king of electronic life. And all of this will not decline. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the next instant, rays of light shot out and began to gather in the void 10 billion miles in front of him. Emperor D-Air also had a treasure with a huge internal space in his hands. The entire enormous mechanical clan, which now had close to 80 million clansmen, was being carried by him at all times. Previously, under D-Air's attack, the two giant mechanical beasts formed by the fusion of 80 million clansmen collapsed. Moreover, close to 40% of them were destroyed. Immediately after, D-Air painfully put them away. At this moment, because the final battle with V was about to arrive, this mechanical clan army was once again summoned by D-Air. Boom! Rumble! As a large number of mechanical clan clansmen in the form of mechanical battle beasts shot out and landed in the void 10 billion miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, enveloping the entire void. D-Air immediately gave this mechanical clan army the order to start the fusion. It was not just a level-by-level fusion like before. Instead, it was a complete fusion at the same time. Because of the previous damage, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts that were summoned by him. These summoned mechanical battle beasts immediately started the fusion after receiving the order. Kacha! Void! In the air, there was a dense sound of machinery breaking in. All the summoned mechanical clan clansmen gathered in twos and threes, gathered, and fused with each other. After a short period of time, there were only about 50 million mechanical battle beasts left. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. The smallest one was almost the size of an immortal star, like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts, and they already had the characteristics of many types of beasts. In terms of cultivation level, the weakest being was already an emperor, and the strongest being even had the cultivation level of a universe supreme. There were quite a number of them, more than 1,000. However, this was not the end. Next, the fusion continued. Boom! Rumble! Void! In the air, the earth-shattering roar continued to ring out like a tide, and there was also a dense sound of machinery breaking in. More than 50,000 mechanical battle beasts, like before, quickly gathered and fused with each other. Straight. When everything was completed, the 50 million mechanical clan clansmen had disappeared from the void in front of them. In their place was an extremely ferocious mechanical beast. Although it was not as huge as the Heaven Mystery Beast, which was 400 million miles long, it was still about 300 million miles long. Compared to an ordinary giant star, it was much bigger. At this moment, D-Air's eyes flashed coldly, and his body instantly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the mechanical beast and merged with it. Chapter 4970. Whoosh! As the last 50 million plus members of the machine clan fused into the mechanical beast, a cold light flashed in D-Air's eyes. His figure instantly dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he entered the mechanical beast's body and fused with it. From that moment on, the so-called Tianji clan and machine clan no longer existed. They had turned into two gigantic mechanical beasts. The Tianji clan's Tianji beast was 400 million miles in size. Furthermore, it had already entered the true heavenly path realm. However, it was heavily injured, and its consciousness was still a little chaotic. It had yet to regain its clarity. Body on its body, there were small explosions from time to time, and there were endless rumbling sounds. As for the machine clan, together with their clan leader, D-Air, they had fused into a mechanical battle beast. For the sake of distinction, it was more appropriate to call it a mechanical beast. This mechanical beast also stood on its hind legs. It only had 2 arms and 2 legs. However, it had a pair of huge compound mantis wings on its back that looked extremely sharp. Machine the mechanical beast was slightly smaller than the heavenly legacy beast, but it was still 150 million kilometers long. And the cultivation aura emanating from its body might not have reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but it was definitely the strongest existence beneath the heavenly Tao realm. This mechanical beast was originally formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the Machine Clan. In the end, as the final seal in its body was about to be torn, clan leader D-Air, who was only a hair's breadth away from the Great Circle of Desolate Supremacy Level 9, also fused into it, In the next moment, as D-Air merged with the giant mechanical beast that was formed from the fusion of more than 50 million members of the Machine Tribe, an extremely low buzzing sound suddenly came from the body of the combined mechanical beast. The final seal has finally been torn apart. At the same time, D-Air's divine consciousness voice, which was filled with endless joy, was heard. It's only a hair's breadth away from the true heavenly path realm. At that moment, the final seal in D-Air's body was finally torn apart. This breakthrough instantly caused the mechanical beast's aura to soar once again. Distance he was just short of the so-called Heavenly Tao realm. If not for the Heavenly Tao being suppressed here, preventing him from taking that step, and D-Air not daring to take that step due to his fear of the primordial Heavenly Tao's green eyes, he would have already officially stepped into the true Heavenly Tao realm. This was because he was afraid of the primordial Heavenly Tao's green eyes. At this moment, even Yi Xian could not help but gasp when he felt the terrifying aura emanating from D-Air's body. The mechanical beast that was fused with 50 million members of the mechanical race and its patriarch, D-Air, was definitely the strongest existence under the Heavenly Tao realm. Even if it was Yi Xian, without considering the Shinnong Flame Sea and the Heavenly Meteorite Bow, if he didn't summon the 4 Heavenly Kings and condense the 3 Blood Sea avatars, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the Berserk Ape. Of course, it was impossible for him to be abused. He was only at a slight disadvantage. Even he, who had already stepped into the great perfection of the Desolate Supremacy 9th stage, was in such a state. Not to mention the 3 Desolate Supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation, as well as the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood-Devouring Lion from the Star Alliance. They were originally worried that D-Air alone would not be able to hold back DE and keep him here. However, from the looks of it, this worry was unnecessary. Although the mechanical beast formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the machinery clansmen had yet to enter the true Heavenly Tao realm, it was definitely just a hair's breadth away. While the Heavenly Legacy beast formed by the fusion of DE and all the official members of the Heavenly Legacy race had already entered the true Heavenly Tao realm, it was currently heavily injured and was not in good condition. Even its consciousness was still in chaos. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Legacy beast's situation was obvious. This battle belonged to the Heavenly Legacy race and the Machinery race. It was a battle of life and death between these 2 large electronic lifeforms. It was also a battle of fate between D and D-Air. Even if they wanted to rush forward and participate, D-Air might not appreciate it. It was possible that he would attack them in a fit of rage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 3 Desolate Supremacy old monsters from the Human Race Federation and the 8 Desolate Supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, including the Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Azure Sky Rock, and Blood-Devouring Lion, subconsciously exchanged glances. In a short moment they reached a consensus in an instant. They would not participate in this battle. Just like the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, they would just watch from the sidelines. However, if DE turned the unfavorable situation around and suppressed D-Air, at the most critical moment, if there was indeed a possibility of suppressing D, they would not hesitate at all. They would definitely join forces and attack together. No matter what, they had to keep the Heavenly Legacy beast to prevent future troubles. DE, that old bastard Xing Bo used you and me to raise the goblet, just for this moment. After the fusion was completed and the last seal in its body was finally torn apart, the mechanical beast raised its head and roared angrily. Then, the voice of D-Air's divine sense rang out, echoing in this sealed space of billions of miles. Between you and me, it is destined that only one of us can survive, and the one who dies can only die to fulfill the other. This is exactly what Xing Bo wants to see. Although I hate that old bastard to the core and don't want to be controlled by him, since he wants to raise the goblet, I will go with the flow and devour you in one fell swoop. If I am devoured by you, not only will I benefit you, but I will also fulfill that old bastard Xingbo's wish. I will definitely not allow any of this to happen. Only by devouring you and becoming an enemy of that old bastard will it be a slap in the face to him. At that time, if that old bastard Xingbo knows all of this, his expression will definitely be very interesting. I can't wait to do all of this just thinking about it. So, today you must die here. Roar. After the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. After raising its head and letting out a shocking roar, the terrifying figure of Pangda, which was 300 million miles long, rushed out in an instant, crashing into the heavenly mystery beast 10 billion miles ahead. Its speed was too fast. Even Yi Xian could not help but be moved by this scene. Now, the mechanical beast was like a giant star, flying at a speed faster than lightning. Because of this, the void was torn apart, as if doomsday had arrived. Hiss! In less than a breath of time, the mechanical beast had already rushed to the front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of huge and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and two incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. In an instant, two ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed passing through a gap. These two mantis wings directly chopped at the arms of the heavenly mystery beast. First, the previous attack of the heavenly mystery bow had blown up 6 of the 6 arms of the heavenly mystery beast. Now, there were only 3 arms left. The mechanical beast wanted to chop off 2 of them as soon as it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the attacking means of the heavenly mystery beast first before plotting more. Chapter 4971. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the mechanical beast had already rushed in front of the heavenly mystery beast. Even though it was still hundreds of millions of miles away, the pair of enormous and incomparably sharp mantis wings on its back suddenly shook, and 2 incomparably sharp ripping sounds were heard. 2 ribbons flashed through the void like a white steed flashing through a crack. These 2 mantis wings directly slashed at the heavenly mystery beast's arms. The mechanical beast wanted to slash 2 of them the moment it arrived. It was obvious that it wanted to cripple the heavenly mystery beast's attack methods first before plotting more. The heavenly mystery beast was actually an existence that had entered the true heavenly path realm. Its strength was too terrifying. With just one punch, it had directly disintegrated the 2 gigantic mechanical beasts that were formed from the fusion of 80 million members of the machinery clan and had the cultivation level of a great perfection level 9 desolate supremacy. Although it was heavily injured and its consciousness was still in a state of chaos, it still had the ability to counterattack. This could be determined from the cultivation aura that emanated from the heavenly mystery beast's body. If it was to catch him off guard under the fatal blow of the heaven-falling bow. When his chaotic consciousness recovered and he regained clarity, the heavenly mystery beast would definitely counterattack. The 6 different mechanical arms that were like huge pillars that supported the sky were too powerful. Although there were only 3 of them left, they were still a huge threat to D-Air. Therefore, D-Air had to take advantage of the fact that the heavenly mystery beast had yet to fully recover from its chaotic consciousness to strike at lightning speed and cut off these 3 arms. If this plan succeeded, the heavenly mystery beast would be like a ferocious tiger with its fangs cut off. Its threat would instantly decrease by a large margin. Although it still had other attack methods, such as its beehive-like head with a large number of facets that could shoot out energy light pillars to attack. In addition, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic legs could also attack. But compared to the extremely nimble mechanical arms, the heavenly mystery beast's 3 gigantic beehive-like heads were much less threatening. This was the most reliable battle strategy. The mechanical beast that D-Air and the remaining 50 million members of the machinery clan had fused together to form was about the same size as the heavenly mystery beast. In fact, its cultivation level was only a fine line away from the true heavenly path realm. However, it had not officially stepped into that realm. Although the heavenly mystery beast was heavily injured, it still had the ability to counterattack. It was said that a trapped beast would still put up a fight. If it was forced into a truly desperate situation, the moment it would activate all of its strength and unleash a powerful attack, it would probably be stronger than its full strength. But he was afraid that he might only be able to unleash one or two such attacks, but for the mechanical beast, it would still be difficult for it to endure. Therefore, these 3 arms that had to be cut off. Rip of a sound with the sharp sound of ripping silk, 2 streaks of silk appeared in the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In that split second, 2 of the heavenly mystery beast's 3 remaining mechanical arms fell from the void. They were 2 arms, but in fact, they were incomparably huge, like giant pillars that supported the sky. One of the fists was like a meteor hammer, covered with tough alloy spikes, and even had barbs, looking incomparably awe-inspiring. The other arm was like a crocodile's tail. It was thick and soft. It was likely made from the flesh and blood of some primordial life form's remains. It could be used as a whip, making it harder to defend against. But now, these 2 arms had been severed from the heavenly mystery beast's body by the heavenly mystery beast. At that instant, there was a shocking explosion from the severed arm. Flames soared into the sky. Screech. Surprisingly, the heavenly mystery beast, which was still in a state of confusion, seemed to become more clear-headed under the influence of this attack. It suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking screech. It was like a creature of flesh and blood that had suddenly woken up from its coma after its arms were severed. At that moment, not only the 3 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Human Federation, but also the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters from the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood WM, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Blood-devouring War Lion, all trembled. They subconsciously drew in a cold breath. Their eyes flashed as they instantly became vigilant. Even Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he raised his guard. The heavenly mystery beast now definitely had the power to fight back. If it suddenly woke up at this moment, its attack power would definitely be terrifying. At such a close distance, the heavenly mystery beast was most likely in danger. Are you going to wake up? It doesn't matter. I'll just cut off your last arm. Roar! Before the heavenly mystery beast's screech had died down, D'Air's extremely cold divine sense voice once again came out of the heavenly mystery beast's body. There was even an extremely excited roar. Rip! Almost in the next instant, the extremely sharp sound of silk tearing rang out again. The 2 mantis wings on the back of the heavenly mystery beast moved at the same time. One of them blocked in front of its body, protecting its head and chest. The other one directly cut off the last remaining arm of the heavenly mystery beast. D'Air was indeed an old fox. Even at such a moment he was still extremely cautious. While plotting to cut off the last arm of the heavenly mystery beast, he did not forget to protect himself. An extremely clear and crisp sound rang out instantly. At this moment, a cold and serene waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void. Although it disappeared as soon as it appeared, it still successfully cut off the last remaining mechanical arm of the heavenly mystery beast into the void in a split second. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, as the last arm of the Heaven's Legacy Beast was chopped off, the cut on the Heaven's Legacy Beast's body exploded once again. The earth-shattering sound rang out one after another. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Machine. The heavenly mystery beast did not hesitate at all. It immediately stretched out its hands and took advantage of the situation in the void to scoop up the 3 mechanical arms that were cut off one after another in just a short span of time. Then, it directly placed them in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened wide and chewed on them piece by piece. These 3 mechanical arms were all made by D using some special materials and the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. Machine. Right now, the heavenly mystery beast looked like it was just chewing in big mouthfuls. However, in reality, after it swallowed them, all the materials that were used to refine these 3 mechanical arms were immediately scattered and restored. Then, they were absorbed into the heavenly mystery beast's body as if they were its flesh and blood, improving itself. This scene was really too strange and horrifying. Even Yi Xian, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. As for the bloody unicorn, the 9 gloom demon crocodile, and the others, their bodies trembled slightly. Swoosh! At this moment, the heavenly mystery beast, whose entire body was still covered in small explosions from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. He, who had 3 mechanical arms chopped off consecutively and whose consciousness had fallen into chaos, was finally awakened by the pain. Chapter 4972. After having 3 mechanical arms chopped off twice in a row, Di's consciousness had fallen into chaos. At this moment he was finally awakened by the pain. Screech. An earth-shattering screech came from its ferocious alloy mouth. The entire void trembled slightly, causing people's hearts to tremble. While, at this moment, there were still a large number of small explosions appearing on the heavenly mystery beast's enormous body from time to time. It was really too pathetic and ferocious. Pang Da's 400-million-mile-long body was completely bare without a single arm. It was like a human stick. Even more so, below its right shoulder, there was a huge hole with a diameter of 50 million miles. The 6 arms on its body had turned into huge holes with flames shooting up into the sky. It was a ghastly sight. The 6 arms on the heavenly mystery beast's body had different shapes and functions. Moreover, because they were located at different positions on the heavenly mystery beast's huge body, not only were they extremely agile, but they also protected the terrifying 400-million-mile-long body of the heavenly mystery beast. Losing to the heavenly mystery beast without these 6 arms, it was equivalent to turning into a ferocious tiger with broken fangs. Its threat was instantly reduced by a large margin. Of course, as a fused mechanical battle beast, it obviously had other attack modes. For example, currently, it was known that its beehive-like head with a large number of facets could shoot out energy light pillars to attack. In addition, the 3 giant legs of the heavenly mystery beast could also attack. However, the functions of the legs and arms were different. Just based on this point alone, it was destined that these 3 giant legs, which looked thicker and stronger, could not be compared to the 6 mechanical arms in terms of agility. Moreover, these 3 giant mechanical legs were too thick and did not seem to have many joints. Moreover, they were located below the heavenly mystery beast's huge body. This also meant that they were destined to be unable to take care of the 400-million-mile-long body of the heavenly mystery beast. It could be said that although Di had awakened now, at least his consciousness was not as chaotic as before. He had a portion of clarity. However, ever since he had successfully chopped off the last 3 remaining arms on his body, Di was not worried at all. The threat posed by its 3 gigantic legs and its beehive-like head was simply too small. With the mechanical beast's current cultivation and strength, as long as it was a little more careful, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, compared to the heavenly mystery beast who was in his peak condition and uninjured, the heavenly mystery beast was like a giant human-shaped target. Without the protection of its 6 arms, the heavenly mystery beast could attack it as it pleased. However, the heavenly mystery beast couldn't do anything to it. Not only was this body incredibly massive, but it was also in a terrible state right now. There was a massive hole with a diameter of 50 million kilometers on its right shoulder, and there were also wounds on other parts of its body because its arm had been chopped off from the shoulder. Small explosions were constantly taking place, and flames were soaring into the sky. If a mechanical beast were to attack these parts, it would be akin to a battle between living creatures of flesh and blood, specifically attacking the enemy's wounds. This kind of attack would definitely have twice the effect with half the effort. In a short period of time, at most 2 breaths, the 3 mechanical arms that were chopped off earlier were all swallowed by the mechanical beasts. Moreover, the materials used to refine these 3 arms must have been broken down and absorbed in the mechanical beasts' bodies at the very first moment. The combat power of the mechanical beasts would also increase because of this. It was just that it would not show up in a short period of time. At this moment, as these 3 mechanical arms were all swallowed up, the mechanical beasts also turned to look at the mechanical beasts that had just let out the last roar. D2's divine consciousness voice sounded, revealing a sense of arrogance as well as mockery and ridicule. So what if you're awake? You can't change anything anymore. To think that you would have such a day? All 6 of your mechanical arms have been destroyed, and all 6 types of powerful and different attack paths have been destroyed. We're all mechanical and electronic life forms, and now we're all in the form of mechanical beasts that have merged with our clansmen. No one knows better than me how serious the injuries and effects caused by the heaven-falling Bao's arrow just now were. If you hadn't sensed the life or death crisis and activated the activation device you set beforehand, forcefully integrating your chaotic consciousness, the current you would still be in a chaotic state of consciousness. At the very least, it would take you dozens of breaths before you could regain clarity. This kind of consciousness that is forcibly stimulated to regain clarity after the preset activation mechanism is not enough to support your energy attacks. In other words, within these 10 breaths, the energy attacks of your beehive-like angular head can't be activated at all. Oh, that's right. It's the same for your energy defense shield. At this moment, all the energy in your body is being poured into the chaotic and almost collapsed reorganization of the electronic life form's information. You have no time to care about any energy level attacks or defenses. Then, at this moment, what other methods do you have to attack me? At this point, the mechanical beast's eyes flashed with a playful glint. It sized up the heavenly mystery beast's huge body a few times, paused, then laughed and said, "Oh, that's right. You still have 3 giant legs. At the very least, you can still kick. Or perhaps, you can open your ferocious mechanical mouth and directly tear me in half?" Of course, as a true heavenly mystery realm expert, a heavenly mystery beast formed by the fusion of nearly 10 million clansmen of the heavenly mystery race, perhaps you still have some trump cards that you haven't used yet. This is very likely. Speaking of which, this old man's interest is suddenly piqued. It's rare for me to force you to such an extent today. If you really have any trump cards up your sleeve, then I'll take this opportunity to force them all out today. Roar! After finishing the last sentence, the mechanical beast no longer hesitated. Its huge body flapped the blade-like wings on its back, instantly turning into a huge arrow. It pounced at the Tianji beast in front at a terrifying speed. Boom! At the same time, the mechanical beast's right fist punched out. The void along the way directly cracked open, as if a long and narrow black hole had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, this punch was clearly aimed at the heavenly mystery beast's right shoulder. There was already a huge hole with a diameter of more than 50 million miles there, and there was still flames shooting into the sky. If it really hit the heavenly mystery beast, it would definitely be severely injured. Hiss! In response to all this, the heavenly mystery beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill roar. Without hesitation, it turned around and fled. This scene stunned everyone. The bloody unicorn, the 9 abyss demon crocodile, and the other 7 opened their mouths wide. Even Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Clang! How rare! So the heavenly mystery beast was like a dog. Chapter 4973. Screech. In midair, against the mechanical beast's punch, the heavenly legacy beast raised its head and let out an extremely shrill screech. Following that, it did not hesitate to turn and flee. An existence at the half-step heavenly Tao realm had actually forced an expert who had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm to turn tail and flee. This scene was indeed somewhat strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. The sanguine unicorn, the 9 netherworld fiend crocodile, and the rest had their mouths agape. Even Yi Xian was rolling his eyes. It was truly ironic that a Tao in a desolate state was like a dog. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast's invincible image completely collapsed in everyone's hearts. Phew! Rumble! Boom! A sharp sound tore through the air as the mechanical beast's massive body charged out diagonally. In a blink of an eye, it was already beside the heavenly legacy beast. With a punch, it instantly produced an earth-shattering boom. Although the heavenly legacy beast had already stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, it was still heavily injured. It was not in its best condition, and although its speed was in no way inferior to the mechanical beast, its agility was inferior. Both of them were terrifying existences that were 300 to 400 million kilometers in size. Furthermore, the distance between them was just too close. It was just a few 100 million kilometers. Although this distance did not sound close, in fact, it was just a body's length away. 4 powerful existences of this level, even if they couldn't move as fast as their opponent, they could still easily hit their target with a single punch through the void. The reason why the heavenly legacy beast was struck was because of this. The violent power of the punch did not strike the heavenly legacy beast's vital spots, such as its head or the terrifying hole below its right shoulder that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. But it was definitely not to the point where it did not hurt or itch. Heavens, one of the mechanical beast's arms had been struck at the base. That area was already burning with flames, and from time to time, there were faint explosive sounds. At that moment, the heavenly legacy beast was once again struck by the violent power of the mechanical beast's punch. Instantly, the heavenly legacy beast was slightly injured again. It raised its head and let out a shocking screech. At the same time as the ruthless howl sounded, one of the three incomparably thick giant legs under its huge body also lifted up as if it was a conditioned reflex, kicking towards the mechanical beast that had just approached it. The kick was heavy and ferocious. Furthermore, the heaven's secret beast was furious. If the kick landed squarely on the mechanical beast, it would definitely be severely injured. No, however, the mechanical beast had obviously anticipated this. The moment the heaven's legacy beast lifted its giant foot, its terrifying body, which was 300 million miles long, had already charged out diagonally, circling to the other side of the heaven's legacy beast from the right. You will definitely die today. I will cut you into pieces right here, and eat you alive. Hiss. As he circled to the other side, D-Air's sinister voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an extremely sharp sound of fabric tearing rang out. The two mantis wings on the mechanical beast's back moved at the same time. Just like before, one of them blocked in front of its body, protecting the vital parts of its head and chest. The other one directly slashed towards the lower part of the heaven's legacy beast's body. D-Air was indeed an old fox. Even at a time like this, he was still extremely cautious. While plotting against the heaven's legacy beast, he did not forget to protect himself for a moment. In an instant, an extremely clear and crisp sound rang out. A cold and gloomy waterfall caught a glimpse of it in the void and immediately disappeared. However, it still streaked across the heaven's legacy beast's body in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the heaven's legacy beast's incomparably huge body again. Looking over, one of the three giant legs under its body had actually been cut off cleanly by this attack. While the position where the giant leg was originally connected to the heaven's legacy beast's body had now become a fracture. Once again, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, one after another. It was a shocking sight. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After another successful attack, the mechanical beast appeared to be extremely excited. Without any hesitation, it immediately stretched out its hands and scooped up the giant leg that had just been cut off. It directly placed it in front of the mechanical mouth that suddenly opened and chewed on it piece by piece. The three giant legs of the heaven's legacy beast were the same as the mechanical arm that had been cut off earlier. They were all made by D using some special materials mixed with the precious materials that he had collected from the powerful primordial era creatures. They could be said to be extremely precious. Naturally, the mechanical beast would not let go of any of this. At this moment, it was chewing in large mouthfuls in order to devour it. Following that, after chewing and swallowing it, all the materials that D had used to refine this giant leg would be scattered and restored at the first moment. Then, it would be absorbed by the mechanical beast's body. Its effect was like swallowing flesh and blood as nourishment, which was extremely beneficial to the mechanical beast. This scene shocked everyone once again. Yi Xian, who was in the distant void, was dumbfounded. The bodies of the bloody unicorn, the 9U demon crocodile, and the other 8 people trembled slightly. There was even a blazing light in their eyes. They saw hope. They saw hope that the heaven's legacy beast would be completely killed. Previously, it had 3 legs and 6 arms, in addition to a humongous beehive-like head. However, now, the 6 mechanical arms of different shapes were gone, and only 2 of its 3 legs were left. Although its head was fine, it could not use energy attacks for the time being. If the mechanical beast worked harder, it might really be able to kill the heaven's legacy beast today and then devour it alive. Screech! At this moment, after one of the three giant legs was cut off again, the Heaven's Legacy beast, whose entire body still had a large number of small explosions appearing from time to time, suddenly shook violently. It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. In a short period of time, 3 of its mechanical arms and 1 of its giant legs were cut off in succession. This kind of price was too painful. Even though Di Yi's consciousness had not fully recovered and was still a little confused and depressed, he was aware of the danger because of this. At this moment, a sense of life and death that he had never felt before suddenly surged into his heart. This feeling made Di Yi very unhappy, but it also made his somewhat confused consciousness clear again. It was at this moment that he made a decision in an instant. Without hesitation, before the screech in his mouth had died down, he had already lifted his leg and kicked toward the void in front of him. Boom! Hiss! A loud noise came from the sky, accompanied by the extremely clear sound of silk ripping. A huge crack appeared in the void, which was hundreds of millions of miles long. Endless void turbulence surged out from within. Heaven! The mechanical beast did not hesitate at all. Its body turned into a ray of light, and it rushed in headfirst. In order to survive, you did not hesitate to hide in the void turbulence? But even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast's body, Di-Er's incomparably gloomy words came out. It seemed that his eyes had turned red, but he did not hesitate either. Before he finished speaking, he rushed in headfirst. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the 2 figures had already completely disappeared. Chapter 4974. Boom! Rip! An extremely clear sound of ripping silk was heard. A huge crack appeared in the void. The heavenly mystery beast turned into a ray of light and rushed in. In order to survive, you didn't hesitate to hide in the turbulent void? Even so, you will definitely die today. Inside the mechanical beast, Di-Er's sinister words came out. His eyes seemed to have turned red, and he also rushed in. Before anyone could react, the 2 of them had completely disappeared, and even more so, even the giant fissure that was kicked open by the Heaven's mystery beast was mended in a short period of time. Everything happened too quickly. Not only were the bloody unicorn, the 9 demon crocodile, and the other 8 desolate supremacies dumbfounded, even Yi Xian could not react in time. When their bodies trembled slightly and they realized what had happened, everything was already over. In order to resolve the crisis in front of him, Di actually took the initiative to enter the turbulent void. Di was clearly obsessed as well. He did not hesitate at all and directly followed in. One had to know that it was the turbulent void. There were no star coordinates at all. It was also not connected to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe. There was no way to trace it. Even if Yi Xian were to make a move right now and tear open the same spatial rift at the location where the spatial rift had just disappeared, the spatial turbulence that the 2 spatial rifts led to was also different. In other words, even if they wanted to find Di and Di now, they could not find them. Actually, in fact, if these 2 fellows wanted to return, it was basically impossible. They could only rely on luck. Realizing this, Yi Xian was relieved. At least the problem of the heavenly mystery beast was solved. But, at the same time, he had a strange feeling in his heart. This was because with the departure of the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast, it basically meant that these 2 electronic life forms had completely disappeared. The so-called heavenly mystery race and the mechanical race, all the official clansmen had been integrated into the 2 mechanical beasts by Di and Di. It could be said that whether it was in the 3 main planes of the universe or in the void of the primeval world fragment, the only remaining mechanical lives were the 4 heavenly kings of Yi Xian and Ying Tai, who had followed him since the beginning. Sigh, I didn't expect it to end like this. While Yi Xian was still in a daze, a sigh suddenly came from the void to his left. When he turned around, he saw that the scarlet unicorn was looking at Yi Xian. The instant their gazes met, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist Yi, your injuries shouldn't be too serious, right? Shio. Swish, swish, swish. Before the crimson unicorn could finish its sentence, there were several ear-piercing sounds coming from all directions. The other 7 people who were originally running in different directions also rushed over. In the blink of an eye, all 8 desolate sovereigns were swarming towards Yixian. Score they were the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the bloodthirsty War Lion from the Star Alliance. Score there were also the 2 human desolate sovereigns from the Human Federation and the Raging Bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As they rushed over, all 8 of them had kind smiles on their faces. When they saw Yixian glancing at them, they all nodded and took the initiative to greet him. Fellow Taoist Ye's strike from before was truly stunning. Even a true heavenly Tao realm existence would be heavily injured by that arrow. They might even nearly lose their lives. That's right. If the celestial beast wasn't lucky enough to avoid being hit in the head at the most critical moment, there's no need to look forward to what happened next. That arrow of yours alone would have killed it on the spot. Now, although the celestial beast was forced away by D-Air's mech beast fused with all the mechs, fellow Taoist Yi has the most credit in this battle. The real key is still that stunning attack of yours. It's really surprising. The Skyfall Bow is the most powerful divine ability in the legends. It's said that in the great battle that destroyed the primordial world, the primordial Yaksha relied on this terrifying divine ability to almost shoot down the heavenly Tao's eye with a single arrow. Fellow Taoist Ye's current cultivation and strength are no weaker than the primordial Yaksha back then. It seems that even if the primeval heaven's eye descends, fellow Taoist Yi would have nothing to fear. The only regret is that this divine ability didn't originally belong to fellow Taoist Yi. Although the primordial Yaksha had to pay a price to use it, it wasn't that serious. Looking at Yixian's condition, after that arrow, it seems that he no longer has the strength to fight. Now that so much time has passed, I wonder if fellow Taoist Yi has recovered? By this time, the 8 people had already closed in on Yixian and gathered in the void that was only 100 million miles away from Yixian. They had unknowingly sealed off all of Yixian's escape routes. Words after speaking, the 8 people's gazes all converged on Yixian's face. Their chi was unknowingly locked onto him, and their eyes were shining with a dark light, as if they were trying to find some kind of urgent answer from the slight changes in his expression. Xian instantly understood everything and sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he deliberately frowned and raised his hand to point at the end of the void in the distance. Then, he said, "Everyone, as the celestial beast entered the turbulent void, the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away has quietly disappeared. Are you still not leaving?" Hearing his words, not only did he frown, but he even took the initiative to remind everyone that the invisible barrier of laws 100 million miles away in the void had disappeared. Blood Unicorn and the others' hearts skipped a beat, and they subconsciously exchanged glances. However, they didn't immediately take action. Instead, they were secretly vigilant, but they didn't show the slightest abnormality on their faces. They were still probing with words. "Fellow Taoist Yi, this is your fault. Judging from your words, could it be that you want to drive us away? That's right, we came here with good intentions to care about your injury. Fellow Taoist Yi, you really burned the bridge after crossing the river. You obviously have the supreme supernatural power of the heaven-sundering bow. Even if you were alone, you had the ability to kill the celestial mystery beast, or at least seriously injure it. However, you deliberately hit it and lured us to besiege it. Even when our Human Federation's Green Jackal Baron Supremacy and the others were killed, fellow Taoist Yi didn't take action. This clearly shows that you don't treat us as allies. Regarding all this, we originally didn't intend to make a fuss about it, but fellow Taoist Ye's way of doing things is too cold. You actually plan to abandon us immediately after using us. You didn't even bother to respond to our words of concern and directly asked us to leave. Since that's the case, we can only settle the previous debt with your magic hall. This time, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Baron Supremacy fell all because of you. Fellow Taoist Yi, regarding this, don't you plan to make some corresponding compensation?" Chapter 4975. Compensation? That's too shameless. Clearly that's just an excuse they came up with because they're uncertain and scared. How dare they make it sound so dignified? How shameless! Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian's face instantly darkened. He was very clear in his heart that if he agreed to compensate, these 8 fellows would no longer hesitate and would most likely attack him in an instant, joining forces to attack him. While that arrow from the fallen sky bow drained him of 90% of his strength. Now that he hadn't fully recovered, he could use this rare opportunity to severely injure Yi Xian. Then, he could use a secret technique to seal his cultivation. Thus after that, he could do whatever he wanted. Know, however, to be able to take away the big-headed black rod, the Shenong treasure cauldron, and all sorts of other treasures and resources from Yi Xian's hands, including the Blood Sea secret technique and the other secret techniques, as well as the heavenly fallen bow and other supreme divine abilities that Yi Xian had grasped, all of them were squeezed out. Thus in the end, the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit would also be thoroughly schemed against by them and fall into their hands as well. They would be at their mercy. Thuses for the magic hall, it was needless to say. Even the strongest person in the magic hall wouldn't be a match for them. When the time came, the entire magic hall would fall into their control. The benefits would be divided between the Star Alliance and the Human Federation. If that were to happen, the Heavenly Tao Alliance would be the only power in the Chaos Fragment Void after the disappearance of the Tianji clan and the destruction of the Magic Hall. Although, of course, the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land could come at any time. However, as long as they obtained the complete profound meaning of the heaven-fallen bow, even the green eyes of the natural way of the untainted land would have to retreat in fear when facing the 8 of them who could shoot the heaven-falling arrow. Everything was possible. The benefits were too great. That was why these people were so shameless. The battle had just ended, but they immediately turned around to scheme against their allies. Even the fear they had for the master of the magic hall had been thrown to the back of their minds. The temptation was too great, so even if it was just a little bit of risk, it was only right. Yi Xian was well aware of all of this. An inexplicable anger rose from his heart in an instant. He had always been the one scheming and blackmailing others. Today, he was surrounded by a group of old fellows, testing him and trying to blackmail him. This was the first time. Only based on this point alone, Yi Xian would not let this matter rest. However, he did not immediately fly into a rage and attack. Because these 8 old men had already pushed the power in their bodies to the limit and were on high alert. The moment Yi Xian made any strange movements, they would immediately attack with all their strength. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian would be interrupted if he wanted to summon the 4 heavenly kings and old pig spirit. Bao the Blood Sea mystic art was also unable to successfully form the other 2 Blood Sea avatars before they could interfere when he was facing the 8 desolate supremacies at such a close distance. That was right. The 8 old fellows clearly knew this, and this was what they were relying on. It was because they were confident that they could interrupt Yi Xian before he could summon the 4 heavenly kings, old pig spirit, and condense the other 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. That was why they dared to be so bold as to besiege and even try to suppress a 9th stage Great Circle expert. Looks like all of you are determined to make a move against me today. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. It's my fault for being too careless. At first, I didn't realize that something was wrong. You guys took the opportunity to greet me and surrounded me from all directions. Now, you guys are all gathered around me, surrounding me. On one hand, it was like removing the last layer of cloth between the 2 sides, but at the same time, it was also like admitting that he had not fully recovered yet. The master of the magic hall, who had always looked down on everything, had never shown weakness like this before. As these thoughts flashed through the sea, the 8 desolate venerable old monsters around nearly 100 million miles away were all secretly delighted. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they finally no longer concealed it. In their smiles, there was clearly a touch of thick malevolence and complacency that could not be dispersed. Ha! Fellow Yi is indeed a straightforward person. This old man likes it. Looks like you have already understood the situation. Yi Xian, I advise you not to make a mistake. At such a close distance, you won't have the chance to summon the 4 heavenly kings and that dead pig, including your Blood Sea secret technique. You won't have the time to use it to condense the 2 Blood Sea doppelgangers. In other words, the current you can only fight 1 against 8. Once there is any strange movement, we will immediately take action and forcibly interrupt it. In your current state, although we can't say that we can kill you on the spot, it won't be a problem to severely injure you in an instant. There is no suspense in the result. Give up. This old man can swear that as long as you seal your cultivation and meet our conditions after this old man will definitely not do any harm to you and will definitely let you go. That's right, I'm not lying to you. As long as you hand over the complete profundity of this supreme ability, the Skyfall Bow, then just the 8 of us will be able to condense 8 Skyfall arrows. Even if you summon the 4 great heavenly kings, we won't be afraid. Naturally, there's no need to take the huge price of breaking the oath and go back on our words. Yi Xian, you decide what to do, but this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, even if you don't do anything, if you still don't seal your own cultivation and surrender, this old man will immediately attack and heavily injure you here. The most important thing was, Yi Xian, you can decide what to do next. However, this old man's patience is not very good. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. The last sentence was said by Violent Bear Desolate Sovereign from the Temple of Glory. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 7 desolate elders who were surrounding him also stopped talking. They didn't say anything else, but they all subconsciously nodded. Their gazes were fixed on Yi Xian's face, and their auras were firmly locked onto him. If he made any strange movements, they would immediately take action at the same time. Very much so. As Violent Bear Desolate Sovereign said, if Yi Xian did not seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would also immediately take action. Are you so sure that under the siege of the 8 of you, you can seriously injure this king in an instant? In the face of all this, Yi Xian was still unmoved. The expression on his face suddenly became calm, and even his slightly furrowed brows were relaxed at this moment. Although you guys are smart, you seem to be a little forgetful. After a faint sigh, he shook his head, and then suddenly said, "How long has it been? You actually forgot about this king's 9-colored flame, see, completely." Whoosh! Before the voice fell, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was like a river of anger, pouring down along his body. Chapter 4976. How long has it been? You actually forgot about my 9-colored flame, see, completely. Swish! Yi Xian sighed softly. Immediately after, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling 9-colored light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was like a raging river, flowing down his body and pouring down. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the skeleton avatar was enveloped by a dazzling 9-colored light screen. This light screen was the Shenong 9-colored flame. Even a true Heavenly Dao realm expert would be extremely afraid of the Shenong 9-colored flame and would not dare to touch it easily. Otherwise, it would be like a maggot attached to the bone, impossible to get rid of. It would corrode the precious body and invade the soul. No, although his actions were fast, the 8 desolate supremacy old monsters that surrounded him were not slow either. In fact, their minds were already extremely nervous. They were like a fully drawn bowstring. As long as they encountered a weak external stimulus, the arrow on the bowstring would instantly shoot out. The 9-colored light that shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows was this external stimulus. Just the moment the 9-colored light appeared from between Yi Xian's eyebrows, the 8 desolate elders who saw this scene moved together. They were already prepared to take action. As long as they did not see Yi Xian seal his cultivation within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. In addition, if Yi Xian made any other strange movements within 3 breaths, they would immediately take action at the same time. But, therefore, when the 9-colored light appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows, the 8 old fellows were like conditioned reflexes. In an instant, all of them rushed forward and activated all the strength in their bodies. They punched at Yi Xian, who was gathered in the center. At this moment, they did not even think about what the 9-colored light that appeared between Yi Xian's eyebrows was. By the time they reacted and realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Sway with a burst of speed, he threw a punch with all his might. When he was still halfway there, the expressions of the 8 fellows changed drastically. They gasped and cried out in shock. This 9-colored light screen. Damn it. I actually forgot about this. This is clearly the Shinong 9-colored flame. It was originally in the body of the black fog. Now that the black fog has been absorbed into the body of the skeleton can naturally use the Shinong 9-colored flame at will. I was too excited just now. The benefits were too great, and the temptation was too shocking. In a moment of anger, I actually forgot about this. Even true Heavenly Tao realm experts are afraid of this flame. They wouldn't dare touch it easily, or they would be like maggots attached to a bone. There's no way to escape it. It corrodes one's body and invades one's soul. How do you crack it? Retreat. Today's matter cannot be done. If we lose the initiative, we have already lost everything. There is no possibility of us scheming against him anymore. Or, are we going to retreat just like that? We are unwilling. You have to know that this kind of opportunity is too rare. Only a true Heavenly Tao realm existence like the Heaven's secret beast can force him to use the heaven-falling bow and weaken him. If we miss today, we won't have another chance like this. That's right. This opportunity is too rare. We are unwilling to give it up. Everyone, don't forget the vengeful nature of the Master of the Magic Hall. Now that we have shed all pretense of cordiality, if we don't suppress him here, be it the Human Federation or the Star Alliance, we won't have it easy. The entire Heavenly Tao Alliance will be destroyed by him. Let's grit our teeth and go all out. Even if one punch will touch the Shinong 9-colored flame enveloping his body and injure us, at the very least, under the combined attack of these 8 punches, he, who has yet to recover his cultivation and is in a weakened state, will be heavily injured because of it. Then his cultivation will be sealed and he will fall into our control. The benefits are too shocking and there is no way out. We have to pay a certain price. Even if we are heavily injured, we must suppress him today. Fellow Taoists, don't hesitate. Give it your all. The last sentence came from the mouth of the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign from the Temple of Glory. After he finished speaking, the old man even raised his head and let out a shocking roar that shook everyone's heart. This was clearly done on purpose to dispel the last bit of hesitation in the hearts of the other 7 people. It had to be said that this old man's mind was still very clear, and his will was very firm. He was right. In this situation, if the 8 of them turned around and fled, the result would be terrible. Even if Yi Xian didn't chase after them now, he would go back to the Star Federation and the Human Federation to drag them out one by one and kill them. Want to do this? Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the old pig, who were all half-step Heavenly Tao Masters, could definitely do it. He was right. Our only chance is to use today's opportunity to heavily injure Yi Xian, who is not in a good state and has yet to recover from the damage in his body. Then, seal his cultivation at once and plan for other things. Gut. Afraid that this punch would touch the Shinong 9-colored flame that covered the body of the skeleton clone like a layer of light, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. At least this way they would not die, and at most, they would be heavily injured. For such a huge benefit, and with no way out, this was the best way to deal with it. Boom! Rumble! All this made the 8 desolate sovereigns understand in an instant. Moreover, with the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign's shocking roar, the hesitation that had just grown in the hearts of the other 7 people also disappeared in an instant. In an instant, the 8 of them, who had almost stopped halfway, had already arrived in front of the skeleton. Originally, they were about 100 million miles away from the skeleton, but now, they were all within 10 million miles. Although it was just a simple 8 punches, it was from the hands of the 8 desolate sovereigns. All 8 of them used their full strength, and the power in their bodies was mobilized to the limit. Only as the punches came, the void along the way was directly torn apart. Like 8 black holes in the shape of 8 rivers, they shot out from all directions. At the end of these 8 black holes was the skeleton clone that was still standing in the void, and did not even move his body. 1,000 it was only 10,000 miles. For existences at the level of desolate sovereign, it was not a distance at all. It could be crossed in a flash. What's more, now that the 8 desolate sovereigns all punched out with all their strength, their speed was extremely fast. In less than a second, The 8 black holes that extended from all directions converged into one on the skeleton clone's body. It was also at this moment that the skeleton clone that had been standing in the void finally moved. Boom! With a flash of coldness in his eyes, the skeleton clone turned to look to the right. Then he stretched out his right arm and punched out, going straight for the tyrannical bear desolate sovereign who had just approached. Chapter 4977. Boom! Seeing that the 8 desolate supremes had joined forces to attack him, the skeleton clone's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately looked to the right. No hesitating, he directly stretched out his right arm and punched out, aiming at the violent bear desolate supremacy who had just arrived. In fact, the 8 desolate supremes who were attacking him from different directions were now within a few million miles of Yi Xian, and the skeleton clone's body was 60 million miles long. It could reach him with just a stretch of his arm. He could choose any target he wanted, and he could destroy anyone he wanted. Moreover, the first target he chose would not have a chance to live, and would definitely die. However, considering that he could also collect a desolate supremacy blood essence, even if he wanted to attack, he could not choose the 2 desolate supremes from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. But he had to choose between the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood WM, the Azure Sky Rock, and the violent bear desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory. Even the blood-devouring war lion was excluded from him. His desolate supremacy cultivation was achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, and he could not condense the desolate supremacy blood essence even if he killed him. So, among the 5 best targets to kill, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood WM, and the Azure Sky Rock still had a deep grudge with Yi Xian. On the other hand, the violent bear desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory was only meeting Yi Xian for the second time today. But Yi Xian's choice was precisely this violent bear desolate supremacy. This guy made him very unhappy, and just now he was determined to suppress Yi Xian. Since that was the case, he would do as he wished. Obviously, this old guy did not expect that Yi Xian's body strength, which was depleted when he used the fallen sky bow, had already been fully recovered. At that time, he had swallowed a large amount of chaos divine medicine. These guys did not know that there was such a heaven-defying medicine in the world, so they did not expect that Yi Xian had fully recovered and returned to his peak. Just because of this, facing the skeleton clone's punch, the violent bear desolate supremacy, who was coming from his right, did not put it in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth even revealed an undisguised look of disdain. His right fist didn't slow down in the slightest. It was obvious that he viewed Yi Xian's punch as a meaningless counterattack and struggle before his death. Bang! There was no suspense. As the 2 fists collided, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Within the heavy fists, there was an incomparably violent power, but at this moment, it collided with each other. In less than a tenth of a breath, with a huge explosion, the tyrannical bear desolate venerable old monster's body that spanned thousands of miles, in the blink of an eye, turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. Xiao! As the blood mist dispersed, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first moment. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. Then he began. Blood essence condensation. First, before this, he already had 10 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. With this harvest, from this moment on, Yi Xian had 11 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in 1/10 of an instant. In this short period of time, with just one punch, a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy old monster had already fallen. His body completely exploded and turned into a blood mist. His body and soul were destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left. This scene was too shocking. The other 7 people were all shocked, but they didn't have time to do anything else. Because the fist strike he had unleashed for them was now closing in on the enormous body of the skeleton. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering boom resounded. The 7 attacks all landed on the gigantic body of the skeleton avatar. However, they did not even cause a ripple. This among the 7 fellows, the strongest existences were still the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Fiend Crocodile. They had already reached the 8th Order Primordial Supreme. As for the other 5, the strongest was only a late-stage 7th Order Desolate Supremacy. The 9-headed Blood WRM and the Azure Sky Rock were only at the early-stage Desolate Supremacy. Yi Xian was already a Desolate Supremacy at the 9th Order Grand Perfection, a half-step Heavenly Tao. However, furthermore, he had not just stepped into the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. He had already stepped into this realm and broke through a few minor realms. However, in this primordial world fragment's void, he was suppressed by the Heavenly Tao laws. The 9 Transformation Devil 8 Bloodline Divine Power could only stop at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, he did not take another step forward to become a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. However, even though they were all half-step Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th stage of perfection, there were still differences in strength between them. For example, Old Pig Spirit's cultivation had just entered this realm after using the demonic pig's 9 transformations. Therefore, compared to Yi Xian, Old Pig Spirit was much weaker. As for the mechanical beast that D-Air had fused with all the members of the machinery race, as well as his body that had torn apart the final seal, although it was also a half-step Heavenly Tao realm at the Tier 9 Perfection realm, it was the strongest expert in the realm. It was almost comparable to a true Heavenly Tao realm expert. Yi Xian was only slightly weaker than the mechanical beast. He was definitely the strongest existence at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, when the 7 violent forces struck his body, they were weakened by the 9-colored flame screen that enveloped his body. In addition, Yi Xian was already on guard. The final result was, he was unharmed. Heavens! Even when the 2 8th Order Desolate Supremacies, Scarlet Unicorn and 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, struck his body with all their might, it would only cause Yi Xian's qi and blood to fluctuate slightly, that was all. However, the 7 old fellows were not having a good time. When their fists landed on the body of the skeleton doppelganger, although it was only a slight contact, it was more or less contaminated with the Shinong 9-colored flame. Now, there was a brilliant 9-colored flame rising on the surface of their fists, and it was slowly spreading toward their arms, but at this moment, they could no longer care about that. That was because the 8 of them combined their strength and unleashed a punch with all their might. And yet, there wasn't a single scratch on the colossal body of the skeleton. Not only that, the raging bear Baron Sovereign from the Temple of Glory had fallen as a result. Such an outcome had already scared the living souls of the 7 old men out of their wits. A few subconsciously, Scarlet Unicorn, who had the strongest cultivation level among the 7, gasped as his expression changed. Then he exclaimed in shock, "What? You are unharmed? Aren't you in a weakened state because your body is empty?" Weakened state? When using the Skyfall Bow, there will indeed be a weakened state because your body is empty. Yi Xian didn't mind this kind of question in the slightest. He immediately nodded his head and lightly replied, "However, who told you that I haven't recovered? You did ask, but did I admit it?" Chapter 4978. Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest when faced with the Crimson Qilin's shocked question. He immediately smiled and nodded as he lightly replied, "Weak period? Using the Fallen Sky Bow, there will indeed be a period of weakness, and the body will be in deficit. However, who told you that I haven't recovered? You did ask, but did I admit it?" These words were simply a blatant humiliation. The 7 old men were dumbfounded, and their bodies shook violently. Then they seemed to realize something. Their faces changed drastically, and they retreated quickly. Mouth amidst this, there were also cries of shock and astonishment, followed by gasps of cold air as they roared out, "What? Recovered? But how is this possible? How long has it been? He was clearly very weak before. Damn it, this guy must have some kind of incredible cultivation resource in his hands. He swallowed it at the critical moment, and in such a short time, he has recovered all the deficit from using the Fallen Sky Bow. I remember now. After shooting the arrow, he took out a gray thing and put it into his mouth. The energy aura is extremely strong. It must be because of this thing. What a sinister fellow. He has obviously recovered his cultivation, but he has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Everything that happened before was just an act. This is clearly intentional. He has long wanted to make a move on us, but he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality. He deliberately baited us, making us become the bad guys for nothing. Roar. This is too much of a bully. Mr. Yi, this is a misunderstanding. I am one of the core ancestors of the immortal dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty is still good. Yes, I am from Tenju Celestial Palace, and I am also a core ancestor. I am the same as the human race, so we should be united. The previous matter was just a misunderstanding. I was confused for a moment. Even if there is a dispute, we are all human race, so we can talk it out. At this moment, as the figures retreated, the 7 old guys all exclaimed in shock. The 2 desolate supremes from the immortal dynasty and Tenju Celestial Palace even betrayed him on the spot. They squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying from their faces. They took this opportunity to build a relationship with Yi Xian. No, regardless of whether these words were sincere or just to confuse Yi Xian with such words, so as to buy time to escape, such a face was too disgusting. It made Yi Xian feel disgusted, and he frowned on the spot. Turn around when he looked over, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he scolded sternly, "Shut up if you say one more word. Do you believe that I won't start with you 2 first?" The old guy trembled in fear, and he quickly shut his mouth. He didn't say anything, but his heart slightly calmed down because of this. After all, although Yi Xian was extremely, from his words, at least Yi Xian's, even if he wanted to attack at least his first target, the first target at least Yi Wu's, at least the first target's first choose, S's choose, was. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time in all directions, there were also incomparably shrill roars and vicious howls, followed by the sound of explosions. In just one blow, the 7 old guys punched out. In order to concentrate their power and achieve the strongest attack effect, their fists all touched the body of the skeleton avatar. Although it was just a touch, the fists of the 7 people were all stained with a wisp of Shunnong 9-colored flame. This kind of top-level heaven and earth strange flame could not be extinguished by force. Touching it was like a maggot attached to the bone. Not only did it corrode the body, it could even corrode the divine soul. Now, the 7 old guys' faces changed wildly as they retreated. Although there were exclamations of horror in their mouths, their hands did not stop for a moment. They gritted their teeth, cut their wrists, and directly blew up the arm that they had just punched out. In an instant, 7 clouds of blood mist burst out in the void. Except for the blood mist formed by the self-detonation of one of the 2 human experts' arms, the other 5 clouds of blood mist were quite shocking. After all, the 5 old guys were already extremely huge. Even one of their arms was over 1,000,000 miles long. It was bigger than a meteor, Xiao. As the blood mist dispersed, Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, an incomparably majestic and formless force swept out from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him and absorbed into his body. Although it was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, it did not start to condense blood essence. This was only the blood mist formed by the explosion of one of their arms. It was not enough to directly condense the blood essence. However, he could not waste it. He first stored it away. After he killed these guys, he would gather them together and condense the blood essence. Of course, as the blood mist rushed over, the wisps of Shunnong 9-colored flame that stained their fists were also absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Walala! After doing all this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the entire skeleton body that was 60 million miles long instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood that spread out in the void. The strange sound of water splashing like waves also came along with it. Roar! Screech! Then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, shocking roars and vicious howls rang out. Looking around, in the shocking sea of blood, there were three huge figures, rising from the ground in an instant. They were the three great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was the body of flesh and blood, which was the violent ape of stars. The other was the body of bones. The other was the body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only two purple lights, which looked extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, the three great bodies of blood sea condensed again, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the ninth order of the remote antiquity, which was half-step heavenly law. But this was obviously far from the end. As the three great bodies of blood sea condensed, from this vast sea of blood in the void, in the blink of an eye, beams of light shot out again. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were 5 beams of light in total, and their speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had already shot into the distance, crossing tens of billions of miles of void, and as the wind soared, they turned into 5 incomparably huge figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig demon. Well, but at this time, as the 5 of them appeared, the monstrous sea of blood in the void suddenly split into 3. Then, with a flash of blood light, Yi Xian's 3 great bodies of blood also teleported tens of billions of miles away, in different directions. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment of life and death. In less than a breath's time, the 8 half-step heavenly law powerhouses of the magic hall appeared again, surrounding this void tens of billions of miles away. The 7 old monsters of Huang Zun, who were escaping, were now surrounded by the 8 people. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, of the 8 old guys who had besieged Yi Xian, after one fell, the remaining 7 became Yi Xian's prey. Chapter 4979. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 5 streaks of light shot out at an astonishing speed, reaching a distance in an instant, crossing tens of billions of miles of space. As they expanded in the wind, they turned into 5 gigantic figures. They were the 4 heavenly kings and the old pig spirit. At the same time, the 3 blood sea clones that stood proudly above the blood sea also flew up at the same time. In less than half a breath, they directly teleported to 3 other directions that were tens of billions of miles away. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a breath's time. In a short time, the situation in this part of the void was completely reversed. Before in an instant, 8 desolate supremacies shot out from all directions, wanting to besiege Yi Xian. But now, the violent bear desolate supremacy from the Temple of Glory was killed, and the remaining 7 old fellows scattered like birds and beasts. They were shooting out in all directions, with a panicked look on their faces, fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, before they could escape, in the surrounding tens of billions of miles of space, there were suddenly intercepting existences. In 8 directions, there were 8 killing gods. Without exception, they were all desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly axioms. This was simply asking for their lives. But they knew that among the 7 fellows who were fleeing, the strongest one was only an 8th-level desolate supremacy, and there were only 2 of them. The remaining ones with the weakest cultivation, the 9-headed blood Wurm and the azure sky rock, were only early-level desolate supremacies. Not only were their cultivation levels extremely low, they were also outnumbered. Only 7 of them were able to escape, while there were 8 of them blocking the way. Even if one of them was keeping an eye on one of them would still be able to stay at the side and watch for fun. This was absolutely a dead end, and there was no chance of survival at all. Realizing this, the 2 desolate supremacies from the Eternal Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace immediately panicked. They had previously shown weakness to Yi Xian, but it was just to curry favor. Their sole purpose was to prevent Yi Xian from immediately attacking them after killing Wild Bear Baron Supremacy from the Temple of Glory with a single punch. However, at this moment, they were truly panicking. Not only had the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, fully recovered his cultivation, he had also been completely enraged by them. He had actually summoned the 4 heavenly kings, the other 2 blood sea clones, and that detestable old pig spirit. 8 desolate supremacies at the 9th stage great perfection of the heavenly Tao realm were standing in the void, sealing off all directions. This is definitely the rhythm of keeping them here. Fellow Taoist Yi, this is a misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. This old man is one of the core ancestors of the everlasting dynasty. Back then, your relationship with the dynasty, it was just a small misunderstanding. There was no need for you to fight. That's right, this is a little too impulsive. Fellow Taoist Yi, between this old man's 10 ultimates celestial palace and you, there has never been any grudges. We are both humans, and we should be united as one. This small misunderstanding is just a moment of hot-headedness for this old man. Why do you have to be entangled with it? We are all humans, no matter how serious the misunderstanding is, we can talk it out. As they spoke, the figures of the two old men did not stop at all. They continued to flee to the right, and even waved their hands to summon a treasure each. They hovered above their heads, and poured out a silver and green light curtain, protecting their bodies within it. The two old men guarding these two directions were the 4 heavenly kings of the 4 heavenly kings, blood sea clones and time clones. These two old men did not dare to offend the 3 blood sea clones, and that old pig spirit did not look like a person to be trifled with. Therefore, they chose the area guarded by the 2 heavenly kings, and while trying to curry favor with Yi Xian, they ran away, vainly trying to slip through the cracks. In their opinion, as long as Yi Xian's side hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately give the order to intercept the heavenly king of tears and the heavenly king of time, then they would be able to charge through the gap between the 2 heavenly kings. Only if they wanted to break through this encirclement, they would be able to escape after a few teleportations. Roar! Roar, however, the reality was clearly beyond the 2 old men's expectations. Before they could approach, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were standing proudly in the void, had already raised their heads and roared angrily at the same time. Tight following that, a cold light flashed in their eyes. The 2 heavenly kings' incomparably huge bodies instantly transformed into 2 beams of light. They were too fast, surpassing the speed of meteors and lightning. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the 2 old men. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. Boo! Rumble! The power was too violent. This was a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the great perfection of the 9th order. Now that he had struck out with all his strength, even though it was just a simple punch, wherever the fist passed, even the void would crack inch by inch, as if it was collapsing. Fellow Taoist Yi, impulsiveness is the devil. You must not be impulsive. Yes. The 2 of us are friends, not enemies. This is definitely a misunderstanding. It can't be like this. When they saw this scene, the 2 old fellows were scared out of their wits. Their bodies came to a sudden stop in the void. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out in shock. However, to their surprise, before they could finish speaking, Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were swinging their fists in front of them, disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, among the 6 people who were guarding the other 6 directions, there was also a change that no one could have expected. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Almost at the same time, an extremely sharp sound tore through the air. Although Bao Yuan's figure remained motionless, the other 2 Blood Sea avatars, Void Heavenly King, Blood Mosquito Heavenly King, and Old Pig Spirit, a total of 5 figures, moved together. Including Blood Sea Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, a total of 7 figures instantly used teleportation and rushed towards the 9-headed blood dragon that was escaping from the left. This old fellow was originally the furthest away. At the same time, he was also the first to turn around and flee. Now, he had even fled more than 30 billion miles away and was about to break out of the encirclement. In addition, his cultivation level was one of the 2 weakest among the 7 old fellows. It was the easiest to kill him. It was basically guaranteed that he would be killed in one strike. Therefore, the first prey that Yi Xian chose was him. 7. The half-step heavenly Tao experts attacked at the same time and used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, they appeared around the 9-headed blood dragon. Without any hesitation, they spread their arms and punched out. No, Yi Xian. Bang! This scene happened too quickly, and the nine-headed blood dragon was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to self-destruct before he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, 7 gigantic fists, which were so majestic that it made people tremble in fear, landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. There began blood essence condensation. Chapter 4980. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance was instantly killed. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the nine-headed blood dragon did not even have time to react. It only raised its head and let out an unwilling roar before its incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into Bao Yuan's body with a wave of his hand. Previously, Yi Xian already had 11 blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands. With the addition of the nine-headed blood dragon, the total number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands reached 12. At the same time, the 7 desolate supremacy old monsters that were fleeing in all directions in the void were reduced by 1 more, leaving only 6. Yi Xian naturally had his own considerations as to why he chose to kill the nine-headed blood dragon. Although the 2 old fellows from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace were extremely loquacious and annoying, they were not ferocious beasts. Even if they were killed, the blood mist that exploded from their bodies would not be able to condense the blood essences of desolate supremacy. Thus, therefore, no matter how much he hated these 2 old fellows, Yi Xian would not choose them as the targets to kill first. He would definitely leave them for last. The 2 old fellows obviously did not know this, but the facts in front of them could not be denied. Originally, Ti-Hun Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were blocking their way, roared angrily and threw a punch at them. But, at the most critical moment, they teleported halfway and directly rushed in another direction. Together with the other 5 half-step Heavenly Dao Masters, they killed the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance. From their point of view, this was clearly the result of what they had just said. After all, they were all humans. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was fierce, he was more or less reasonable. In this battle, he would most likely not attack them again. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fellows' hearts, which were originally in their throats, immediately fell back down. After a long sigh, their figures, which were originally rushing away, suddenly stopped in the void. Since, however, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already thought things through and decided not to kill them. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. Not only was there no need to flee, but there was also a need to stay behind and join forces with the master of the magic hall to kill the other 4 old fogies of the Star Alliance. Although the Sky Alliance was one of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Union, there were only 4 awakened desolate supremacies left. Although there were other desolate supremacies hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans, in their opinion, even with all of that, the entire Sky Alliance could not be compared to the Magic Hall. There was no need to talk about conventional forces. Even the Human Federation didn't think much of the Star Alliance's conventional forces, much less the Demon Hall's legions. A rival in terms of high-end combat strength, the Magic Hall already had 8 peak 9th level half-step wielder of Heaven's Path. Did they have any? Even counting the slumbering core ancestors of the Star Alliance's ancestral lands, it would be impossible to gather 8 half-step Empyrean Masters. Only just based on this point, their value was far less than the Magic Hall's. What's more, the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had a terrifying divine ability like the Skyfall Bao. That was a divine ability that could even kill a Heavenly Dao realm expert with a single arrow. In summary, the 2 old fogies felt that it would be fine if they didn't have a chance, but now that the Master of the Magic Hall was deliberately going easy on them, they couldn't let go of this opportunity. Positive, this was the best opportunity for them to show their sincerity. Now that they had stayed behind to assist the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, In killing the 4 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance, this was a sign of their allegiance to the Magic Hall. As long as there were no accidents, from now on, the Human Federation and the Magic Hall would be one big family. They were all humans to begin with, so it was only right for them to work together closely. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fogies' eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the end, they were so excited that they almost jumped up in the void. They turned around and looked at Bao Yuan, who was standing in the void with his hands behind his back as if he was a bystander. Their faces were full of smiles as they expressed their sincerity, deliberately trying to curry favor. Fellow Taoist Yi, the human race is one big family. You made the right choice. This old man is so excited. Fellow Taoist, you finally understand. That's right. This choice means a lot to us humans. Just thinking about it makes this old man want to cry. I'm so relieved. Fellow Taoist Yi is indeed an outstanding talent of the human race. You finally understand the righteousness of the human race. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The 2 of us are guarding this direction. Those 4 old fogies won't be able to escape. You just need to kill them. Since it's 8 against 4, we can kill them one by one very quickly. We should have gotten rid of those old bastards a long time ago. The Human Federation didn't have a choice. We were frightened by the situation in the void and had no choice but to ally ourselves with the Star Alliance. Now that I think about it, it's really shameful. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will no longer have the Star Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be the union of the Human Federation and the Magic Hall. The human race will be one big family in the world. The human race will rule this part of the primitive world fragment. Roar. Fellow Taoist Yi, kill them? Roar. When they got excited, the 2 old fogies even raised their heads and roared wildly. Their auras reached the sky, and they actually activated all the power in their bodies to the extreme. They took the initiative to guard this direction and even took out their combat weapons. They looked like they could hold off 10,000 enemies alone. This scene was so unexpected that even Yi Xian didn't expect it. Caught off guard, he even opened his mouth in shock. In front of them, the 4 old fogies, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Bloodthirsty War Lion, who were running for their lives, staggered and almost fell into the void. Wait, when they came to their senses and realized what had happened, these 4 old fellows were fuming with rage. They gnashed their teeth and almost spat out blood on the spot. Roar! This is so infuriating. Shameless fellas, how dare you betray us at such a critical moment? You don't even care about your old face just to hug the thick thighs of the Magic Hall? Are these the core ancestors of the 2 human factions? With such a face, you still have the nerve to talk about righteousness. Is the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, blind? How could he possibly take a fancy to people like you? This old man is unwilling. Even if I'm killed here today, I must kill these 2 old fogies. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Screech. The last sentence came from the mouth of the bloodthirsty war lion, the core ancestor of the war lion clan. This old fogey had always had a violent temper. How could he bear to be stabbed in the back by his allies? At this moment, in his heart, his hatred for the 2 desolate supremes of the human race was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he didn't hesitate and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the 2 old fogies. Chapter 4981. Screech. The 2 desolate supremacies from the Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty were so shameless that the 4 old monsters from the Star Alliance almost coughed up blood. Come on. As the core ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the bloodthirsty Battle Lion had always had a violent temper. He could not stand being stabbed in the back by his allies. At this moment, his hatred for the 2 desolate supremacies was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he no longer hesitated and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the 2 old men. The aura in his body was extremely fierce, and it was clear that he was going to risk his life to drag them down together. The 2 old men naturally would not let go of this opportunity. First, although they had openly expressed their intentions, they were only talking. Now that the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was roaring and charging at them, they had no doubt given them a chance to prove their intentions. Moreover, although the bloodthirsty battle lion was also a late-stage 7th Order Desolate Supremacy, he had only reached this level through a secret technique. The two old men were also late-stage 7th Order Desolate Supremacies. Even if they were to fight the bloodthirsty battle lion one-on-one, they would not be afraid of him. For example, now that the bloodthirsty battle lion was charging at them alone, they could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion in a 2-on-1 situation. Although it was basically impossible to kill the bloodthirsty battle lion, it was more of a chance to show off. For the best result was that the two of them could suppress the bloodthirsty battle lion. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would be happy to see this. With this thought in mind, the two old fellows immediately became excited and began to howl. Bloodthirsty battle lion, you old thing, you only increased your cultivation through a secret technique. You're just a powerful person from the primordial era. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I won't even frown when I kill you. Why waste so much time talking to a junior like him? Since he's so rude, we can't just slap him to death. That would be too easy for him. We can slowly play with him until he goes crazy. Awoo! After raising their heads and roaring, the two old fellows exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they summoned their respective combat treasures and charged toward the blood-devouring war lion. The three of them immediately engaged in battle. Although the blood-devouring war lion was a ferocious beast, its cultivation base was still there. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be able to hold its own against the two old men. However, now that it was 2 against 1, it immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. As for the situation here, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with it. In fact, be it the two shameless human race desolate supremacies or the blood-devouring war lion, Yi Xian did not plan on killing them today. The reason was simple. The two human race desolate supremacies were not fierce beasts. Killing them would be pointless. It was the same for the blood-devouring war lion. Its desolate supremacy combat strength was forcefully raised by the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability. Its original cultivation base was only at the primordial realm. Although it was a fierce beast, its situation was the same as the two human race desolate supremacies. Killing it would be pointless. The current magic hall was already extremely powerful. These 3 fellows did not pose any threat to the magic hall. Since there were no benefits, it was better to leave the 3 of them alive. After all, the primeval heavens I was expected to officially descend soon. It was better to leave a few more desolate supremacies behind to contend with him. If the 2 human race desolate supremacies knew that Yi Xian had such thoughts, they would most likely be so angry that they would vomit blood. At this moment, as the 3 fellows that were ignored by Yi Xian fought in full swing, in the other 3 directions, the bloody unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon alligator, and the azure sky rock were also fleeing for their lives. Yi Xian would definitely not let these 3 old fellows go. On one hand, they were old enemies. They had always been at odds with Yi Xian. On the other hand, to Yi Xian, they represented 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. Naturally, they would not be wasted. These 3 fellows were destined to not be able to escape today. Yi Xian would attack them one by one. The 3 desolate supremacies would be killed one after another. The first target was naturally the azure sky rock. This one. The old fellow was the same as the 9-headed blood dragon. He was only an early-stage desolate supremacy. His cultivation base was low, so killing him was the easiest. Furthermore, he was a ferocious bird, so he was good at speed. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator, he was the furthest away. If he waited until the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator were killed before turning around to deal with him, this old fellow would probably have escaped to God knows where. While Yi Xian predicted that he would not return to the Star Alliance. He would most likely go somewhere else to hide. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to kill him again. Walala, the azure sky rock seemed to have realized this as well. As a result, although he had fled the furthest, the sense of danger that enveloped his heart was even stronger than that of the blood Qilin and the 9 hell demon crocodile. For example, today, before the pursuers behind him appeared, he had already used a secret technique. A pair of huge wings suddenly flapped, and all the feathers shot out in an instant. These feathers were exactly the same. They were all green. At this moment, they spread out and exploded in the void, turning into a green energy light mist. All the energy light mist curled up, and in the blink of an eye, turned into azure sky rock. They looked exactly the same as the old fellow. Even their auras were indistinguishable. Clearly, he wanted to confuse the enemy and take advantage of the chaos to escape. In order to escape, you did not hesitate to sacrifice all your feathers? TSK, won't you become a bald chicken like this? Seeing all this, Yi Xian curled his lips. The voice of his consciousness was transmitted, revealing endless disdain and ridicule. Green Tiandapeng's trick was obviously a waste of effort. There was no meaning at all, because Yi Xian had already firmly locked on his aura before this. It could be said that although there were thousands of azure sky rock in front of him in the void, his original body was like a candlelight in the dark night. For Yi Xian, it was incomparably clear. Roar, 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 oh! At this moment, the four heavenly kings, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and roar. Tight. Then, their figures disappeared in the void in an instant. They directly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared around the azure sky rock's original body. With a flash of cold light in their eyes, they each threw out a punch directly surrounding the azure sky rock in the center of the circle. Roar, bang! All of this happened too quickly. The azure sky rock didn't have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar, and 7 enormous fists that were majestic to the point of causing others to tremble in fear had already landed on its body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into its body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then began blood essence condensation. Chapter 4982. Screech, bang! In the distance, an incomparably shrill screech could be heard. The great heavenly king, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the old pig demon all raised their heads at the same time and let out shocking roars and screeches. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in the void and directly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around the azure sky rock. With just one punch, the azure sky great rock's entire body exploded into a rapidly spreading, scarlet mist of blood. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a short instant. Although the azure sky rock was only an early-stage desolate supremacy, he was still a desolate supremacy old monster. Even if he encountered a half-step heavenly Tao at this realm's 9th stage perfection, as long as he was careful, he could seize the opportunity to use a life-saving secret technique to escape. There was basically no possibility of being killed. Now, not only was he killed, but it was also extremely clean. It was simply an instant kill. This situation should not have happened, but now it had become a reality. It was because the hunting team that the Magic Hall had sent out was too luxurious. The flesh avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars, Violent Ape, did not even make a move. Just the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, the 4 heavenly kings, and old pig spirit were already 7 desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly Tao at the great perfection of rank 9. 7 desolate supremacies. All of them teleported to his side in an instant and surrounded him from all directions within a short distance. Then, they attacked together and threw out a punch with all their strength. With such a terrifying power, even if a half-step heavenly Tao of the same cultivation level did not die on the spot, they would definitely be seriously injured and vomit blood. As for the azure sky rock, he was only an early-stage desolate supremacy who had just entered the 2nd stage. It was natural for him to be killed by a punch. Before this, Yi Xian only had 12 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. But now, with the death of the Azure Sky Rock, the number of desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession had increased to 13. But this was still not the end. Today, Yi Xian was determined to gather 15 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. After dealing with the Azure Sky Rock, the next two targets were the Blood Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Here at this moment, following the death of the Azure Sky Rock, these two old fellows had already realized that danger was approaching. They had already used all their strength to flee for their lives in two different directions. One left and right, the distance between them had already reached a distance of 50 billion kilometers. When he saw this scene, Bao Yuan finally spoke. His tone was ghastly, yet it revealed a wisp of laziness as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Old pig, go restrain Crimson Unicorn. Just don't let him escape. The old pig mentioned here was naturally the old pig spirit. The next target that Yi Xian chose was the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. However, this old fellow was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Even if 7 half-step heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm attacked him together, they might not be able to instantly kill him with a single punch. At the very least, they would be entangled for a while. Unfortunately, the two old fellows were fleeing in different directions. If they got entangled with the 9U Demon Crocodile, the Scarlet Unicorn in the other direction might take the opportunity to escape. Hence, Yi Xian sent the old pig spirit to restrain him. Under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, the old pig spirit was now a half-step heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm, while the Scarlet Unicorn was only at the rank 8 realm. In terms of speed, the Scarlet Unicorn was inferior to the 9U Demon Crocodile. Although the old pig spirit was nearly 50 billion kilometers behind, if he sped at full speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him within 100 billion kilometers. However, after that, he just had to restrain him according to Yi Xian's instructions. Once the battle here was over, the 7 half-step heavenly Dao who were surrounding the 9U Demon Crocodile would return. The Scarlet Unicorn would still die in the end. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian had long regarded these two old fellows as prey in the bag. He had never thought that they would have a chance to escape. Hence, at this moment, when he gave the order to the old pig spirit with the power of divine sense, he did not conceal it. Instead, he openly said it out loud. Words, when the voice entered the Scarlet Unicorn's ears, it instantly enraged him. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately roared in the void, Yi Xian, don't go overboard. Don't forget that I'm also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. If that damn black pig dares to come over, I'll self-destruct on the spot. At that time, although I won't be able to live, that damn black pig won't have it easy either. If a rank 8 desolate supremacy were to self-destruct, a rank 9 half-step heavenly Dao would probably be seriously injured. Although he was roaring non-stop, the Scarlet Unicorn's figure did not stop for a moment. Instead, he tightened his legs and fled even faster to the left. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He knew that there was no need for him to say anything else. The old pig spirit knew what to do. Woo, you old bastard, black pig is black pig. What do you mean by adding the word die in front of it? If you die, Grandpa Pig won't die. Sure enough, just as the Scarlet Unicorn's words fell, the old pig spirit immediately jumped up. With a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and spread out to chase after the Scarlet Unicorn. As he chased, he was still cursing endlessly. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Roar! Big blood dog, stop right there for Grandpa Pig. Aren't you going to self-destruct? Come on, explode one for your Grandpa Pig to see. My skin is rough and my flesh is rough. If I'm not satisfied with exploding, you're my grandson. I don't want this kind of bastard grandson. You're AF asterisk king bastard. Blood. The Scarlet Unicorn was so angry that he almost spat out blood on the spot. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and run wildly. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, had already gone far away in an instant. At this moment, the violent ape, the 4 heavenly kings, the skeleton avatar, and the black fog avatar all raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he immediately activated teleportation. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 7 indiscernible sharp sounds of light breaking through the air rang out at the same time. The 7 figures instantly disappeared in the void. When they reappeared, they were already around the 9 Eudemon crocodile in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, each of them punched out, directly towards the 9 Eudemon crocodile in the middle of the encirclement. Screech! Bang! Seeing this scene, the 9 Eudemon crocodile was so scared that his whole body trembled. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, 7 huge fists with majestic power had already landed on his body. "You bastards, you're too much of a bully." With this punch, the 9 Eudemon crocodile did not directly die. After all, he was a rank 8 desolate venerable. His foundation was not ordinary. However, although he did not die, this blow had caused a huge injury to him that could not be ignored. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his meridians were broken. He was not on the verge of death, but he was very close. In his grief and indignation, the 9 Eudemon crocodile opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Chapter 4983. Although the 9 Eudemon crocodile did not die, it had caused a huge injury that could not be ignored. Its internal organs were completely shattered, and its meridians were broken. It was not that it was on the verge of death, but it was very close. In grief and indignation, he opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Screech! Even if I die, I will not let you have an easy time. Explode! Bang! Rumble! With his last roar, the 9 Eudemon crocodile's huge body instantly became chaotic and violent. A few moments later, in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was thousands of miles long directly exploded. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. It was to the extent that even the surrounding space collapsed because of this, shattering inch by inch as boundless spatial turbulence surged out from within. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. As he retreated, he suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible majestic aura whizzed out. Whoosh! The majestic blood mist produced by the 9 Eudemon crocodile's self-destruction swept over and was absorbed into the body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. One at the end of the cut, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the 4 heavenly kings also flashed coldly in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they retreated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they retreated out of the collapsed void. At this time, the 9 Eudemon crocodile had fallen. Yi Xian, who originally only had 13 blood essences in his hands, now had 14. As long as he harvested the last blood essence from the scarlet unicorn, he would complete the mission of gathering 15 blood essences today. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed. He turned and looked to the left void. At the end of his line of sight in this direction, the scarlet unicorn and the old pig demon's figures were faintly visible. They were only 10 billion miles away from each other. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the 4 heavenly kings shook their shoulders at the same time and directly activated their teleportation ability. They activated their abilities and chased after the void pole in the distance to the left. Although they were tens of billions of kilometers away, the crimson unicorn was able to clearly see everything that was happening. The old man was terrified. He originally thought that the 9 netherworld demon crocodile would be able to hold on for a while. After all, it was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It was only a fine line away from rank 9 perfection. But never had he imagined that from the moment Yi Xian's group of 7 surrounded the 9 hell devil crocodile to the moment it was dealt with, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Initially, he was counting on the 9 Eudemon crocodile to help him delay his escape. Now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Previously, it was only a black-skinned old pig chasing after him. But now, the 7 murderous gods were also chasing after him. It was simply killing him. With fear and anger in its heart, the scarlet unicorn immediately raised its head and roared, "Screech! Don't chase anymore. If you chase anymore, I'll really self-destruct." This was his only method. Other than that, he really did not know what else he could say to scare the 8 murderous gods chasing after him. Only before he could finish his sentence, he shut his mouth. His entire face was red and purple. It was extremely awkward. In the next moment, Yi Xian's spiritual sense voice was indeed heard. It resounded through the void, causing the scarlet unicorn to almost spit out blood on the spot. Self-destruct? That's quite welcome. Just now, I already self-destructed a silly bird. If it wasn't for his self-destruction, I wouldn't have been able to get away so quickly to chase after you. What he said was simply a slap to the face. However, it was the truth. Even a rank 8 desolate supremacy like the scarlet unicorn almost could not withstand it. Although it did not spit out blood on the spot, when its chi and blood rushed to the top of its head, its body suddenly staggered in the void. Both parties were only tens of billions of miles apart. This bit of distance was nothing to a half-step heavenly Tao who was at rank 9 perfection. The scarlet unicorn was also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Although its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian and company, it was not much worse. Therefore, when it gritted its teeth and ran, the others needed some time to catch up. However, at this moment, its body staggered and its speed instantly decreased by a large amount. This opportunity was not missed by the old pig spirit who was not far behind. With a teleport, it appeared in front of the scarlet unicorn in the blink of an eye. It raised its head and roared, raising its pair of front hooves and fiercely stomped. Holy **T! The scarlet unicorn was so angry that it almost collapsed on the spot. Its body that was shooting forward came to an abrupt stop. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Xian and company who were chasing after it closed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few sharp sounds of the air being torn apart sounded in succession. The 3 Blood Sea avatars and the 4 heavenly kings activated their teleportations at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they closed in and surrounded the scarlet unicorn. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in their eyes and they directly threw a punch. Screech! At this moment, the scarlet unicorn's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. However, it could not change anything at all. It was destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit who was blocking in front of the scarlet unicorn and was the first to raise its pair of hooves struck the scarlet unicorn's body at the same time. There was a loud sound in the sky. It did not have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar. 8 huge fists with majestic power had already reached its body. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet unicorn's entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible chi whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the scarlet unicorn's body was swept into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Thus, it began the blood essence condensation. At this point, the battle finally came to an end. In a short period of time, Yi Xian had finished off all of his scheduled opponents. None of them escaped, and all of them were killed. While the blood essence of desolation supremacy in his hands had risen from the previous 14 to the current 15, the blood essence of desolation supremacy was used to refine the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. For this level of supreme treasure pill, even Yi Xian, who had countless generals under his command, would not need much. Therefore, 15 blood essence of desolation supremacy was basically enough. Thinking of this, Bao Yuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the void area where the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 human race desolation supremacies were fighting fiercely. After being slightly startled, The expression on his face instantly became strange. He shook his head and continued, "The battle on my side has ended, so I won't disturb you anymore. The three of you, take your time playing." Chapter 4984. After killing the Scarlet Unicorn, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at where he came from. In the intense battle that he saw made him slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face gradually became strange. He shook his head and said, "The battle on my side has ended. I won't disturb you anymore. The three of you, enjoy yourselves." Walala, before he could finish speaking, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire body of the skeleton avatar and the body of Black Fog collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside, a series of sharp whistles rang out. Around him, the Heavenly King of Void, Heavenly King of Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King of Blood Spirit, and Heavenly King of Time turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sea of blood. Entire, the vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away. However, it did not go far away. Instead, it entered between the eyebrows of the blood avatar, Bao Yuan, and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, with the return of the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 blood sea avatars, the old pig spirit on the right side raised his head and roared wildly. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and shot over. When he got close, Bao Yuan waved his hand and kept it into the Shinong treasured cauldron in his body. Suddenly, in an instant, only Bao Yuan was left in the void. But in fact, even he did not intend to stay there. He turned to the blood-devouring battle lion and the 2 desolate venerables who were still fighting fiercely in the void and nodded. He said, "Good luck." Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he teleported away. "What? Play slowly? What's going on?" Looking at the place where Yi Xian disappeared, not only were the 2 desolate venerables from the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty dumbfounded, but even the blood-devouring battle lion was stunned. 3 originally, they were fighting fiercely, but now they stopped at the same time. After being stunned for a few seconds, they subconsciously looked around. The vast expanse of space was now completely empty. Other than the 3 of them, no one else could be seen. This feeling was too awkward. It was as if that earth-shattering battle had nothing to do with them. In the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, the 3 of them were no different from bystanders. Roar! "These 2 old things, how does it feel? You guys are sticking your hot faces to his cold buttocks." The Demon Palace master, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you guys in the eye. Withdrawing his gaze, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its divine sense immediately transmitted, revealing an endless sense of ridicule and ridicule. The faces of the 2 human race desolate supremacies turned green. This was indeed a slap in the face. They had deliberately tried to curry favor, but the other party did not take them seriously at all. They just patted their butts and left. It was simply too embarrassing. Blood-devouring war lion, you aren't any better. Didn't you see that the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were all killed? You're the only one left. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, didn't even look at you. That's right, you just used a secret method to increase your cultivation. To be honest, you and I are not on the same level. The master of the magic hall naturally thinks the same, so he can't be bothered to kill you. After a moment of depression, the 2 old men immediately retorted, their faces full of ridicule. "So what if you used a secret method to increase your cultivation? I can still torture you. You 2 old men, don't run if you dare. I'll kill you. Come, this old man is itching for a fight. You're too skinny, right? Today, I'll torture you to death here. Don't talk nonsense with him. Today we'll kill him here. Later, we'll take over the Star Alliance." The moment they disagreed, a fierce battle broke out in the void in an instant. At the same time, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, Xiao, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the void. There was a flash of light, and a figure stepped out of it. It was the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After leaving the battlefield in the Tianji galaxy, he activated the devouring system in his body and used the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to rush back as soon as possible. At this time, the magic hall's army was still on their way back. But Yi Xian was in a hurry to return because after the previous series of battles, his cultivation had reached its peak. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. No, before he went into seclusion, he had to make some arrangements in the magic hall in case something unexpected happened. With a wave of his hand, the 4 heavenly kings and the pig demon turned into streaks of light and shot out, their figures coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. "I need to go into seclusion. Old pig, I'll leave the magic hall to you for the time being." After these 2 sentences, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he returned to the immortal's abode. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When he reached the towering peak of the immortal's abode, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the void could be heard. Streaks of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by the power of the Shen Nong Cauldron's field. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. After an unknown amount of time, this energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately activated his thoughts. He only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 2nd Order Primordial Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Blood Qi realm. Current realm, 2nd Order Primordial Supreme. Desolate Supreme. Cultivation for another breakthrough. Yi Xian didn't feel too happy. Because, even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Primordial Supreme. Although he would definitely be stronger than before this breakthrough, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true Heavenly Tao realm. In this void fragment of the primordial world, without the recognition of the primordial Heavenly Tao, he would never be able to break through the barrier and enter the true Heavenly Tao realm. Although he had broken through, his combat strength didn't increase significantly. No one would be happy about such a thing. Chapter 4985. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation had once again skyrocketed. Under normal circumstances, he had already reached the 2nd Order Desolate Supremacy. However, unfortunately, due to the suppression of the Heavenly Tao in this void fragment, even if he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, his cultivation limit was still the half-step Heavenly Tao of the Desolate Supremacy 9th Order. Although his combat power had increased compared to before and should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with D-Air's mechanical beast, he was still only a half-step Heavenly Tao. He had not taken that final step. Yi Xian was no longer worried about this matter. Although he felt disappointed, he quickly calmed down. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Returning from the back mountain of the magic hall, a faint sound of breaking air came from the magic hall at the peak of the giant mountain. Looking over, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were happily rushing out of the magic hall. During this period of time, Ancestor Corpse, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had been in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for Xinyuan Xing, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to increase their cultivation. In this place, the entire interior of the Immortals' cave star was quiet. But now, with these 10 girls coming out of seclusion one after another, there would be a lot of noise in this period of time. At this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including the corpse ancestor Hanba, the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, the desolate lightning lady, the 9 heavens fairy, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and fairy Xia, had also arrived. "Greetings, master." When they arrived at Yi Xian, the 7 of them immediately bowed. The 7 of them were famous in the untainted land. They were famous in the untainted land. After they died unexpectedly in the previous life, they were reborn in this life. Now, they finally climbed to a new height and reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm that they had never reached in the previous life, but in front of Yi Xian, the 7 of them had always maintained their original hearts. When facing Yi Xian, although they would occasionally joke around, they would never overstep their boundaries. If this had happened in the past, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, would definitely be jealous. Who knew how they would deal with Yi Xian? But now, the 3 of them were already familiar with the 7 great alluring cultivators. It could be said that they were as close as sisters, so they naturally wouldn't feel that way anymore. Yi Xian smiled and nodded his head. After the 7 great alluring cultivators stood up, he swept his gaze over them. After a period of consolidation, the 7 of them had just broken through to the desolate supremacy level not long ago. Now they had completely stabilized. From then on, they had completely gotten rid of the misfortune of their previous lives. They had shed their cocoons and turned into butterflies, welcoming a new life. In the future, he would definitely reach an even higher height. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, had gained a lot during this period of seclusion. It could even be said that it was shocking. Firstly, it was because the foundation of their own cultivation wasn't high to begin with. Secondly, Yi Xian had provided them with the most top-grade cultivation resources, such as the purple gold medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the chaos medicine, and so on. Again. Plus, he had already prepared a full set of various levels of pills for them. He had already given them all the way to the level 29 Desolate Supremacy level pill that would allow them to break through to the Desolate Supremacy level pill. Only once they had reached a certain level, they would be able to swallow it immediately and break through. Hence, after this period of seclusion, the 3 girls had now all surpassed the 5 great emperors and were now universe knights. Such a result made Yi Xian feel extremely gratified. After fooling around with the group of girls for a while, he finally remembered what he had to do. He fully extended his spirit energy and enveloped the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun. He gathered all his subordinates of the Magic Hall and gathered them in the space around the cave star. This time, he had spent quite a bit of time in seclusion. The Magic Hall army that was originally on their way back had already returned a few days ago. At this moment, with Yi Xian's order to gather, the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun was like a sleeping beast that had completely awakened. Shio! 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 Howl! Screech! Within the innumerable life stars, a large amount of roars and screeches could be heard. The various large armies began to gather. The group of higher-ups of the Magic Hall were all filled with joy as they swept through the space and shot towards Yi Xian's cave star. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all his subordinates of the Magic Hall. In such a huge forbidden land of Rising Sun, all the great beings within the various life stars would gather. Naturally, it would take a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited for a day before waving his hand and directly activating the black magic hall that stood at the peak of the towering mountain. It rushed out of the cave star and quietly stood above the atmosphere. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged at the peak of the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also seated on either side of him. Shio, shio, shio. In an instant 4 rays of light shot over. They were the 4 heavenly kings. Although they were electronic doppelgangers, they were also Yi Xian. At this moment, they shot over and directly stood around the black magic hall. Awoo! The Dalbor's howl was heard. The old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine rushed over. These two fellows had activated the 9 transformations demonic boar bloodline ability, so the primordial porcupine also had the cultivation of desolate supremacy. In addition, there was also the black-robed desolate supremacy from the alliance of the remnants. He was also following behind these two fellows. The 3 of them all had the battle strength of a desolate supremacy. They stood in the void closest to the black magic hall, while behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the almighty of the primordial era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a few. At a glance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Behind the old pig spirit and the other 2 were 9 almighty of the primordial era from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans, as well as 3 almighty of the alliance of the remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and the other great beings of the remnants, including Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans. That said, all of the upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by the immemorial Turtle had also gathered here. There were also the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small powers and families. A total of more than 1,000 figures were all gathered here. Just like that, even Yi Xian hadn't seen so many people gathered together for a long time. Now, as he appeared, he glanced at them one by one, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. Just like that, today, the magic hall was definitely the most powerful one in this void fragment of the chaos world. Chapter 4986. It had been a while since he last saw them, and the subordinates of the magic hall were all improving their cultivation levels crazily. Now, the upper echelons of the magic hall had improved their cultivation levels greatly, and they were all universe knights and above. Among them, there were quite a number of universe masters and universe supremes, such as the leader of the Dark Turtle clan, Ming Long, and Mad Mosquito Emperor. They were all about to enter the primordial era. Such a result made Yi Xian feel gratified. He glanced at the group of confidants gathered in the space near the magic hall and nodded slightly. Then he turned around and looked behind him. In the space around them, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and battleships of the survivors and space beasts. They stretched as far as the eye could see. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all the subordinates of the magic hall. All the countless life stars in the rising sun forbidden land were gathered here. However, although the subordinates of the magic hall were many, they were all very disciplined. The endless army spread out in the space was also orderly. According to the arrangement of the 6 major armies of the magic hall, they each occupied a part of the space. The first army was the Beast Army. It was made up of the space beasts that were originally living in the space fragment of the Chaos Era. This included the Beast Army of the original Nomadic Army and the space beasts of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The commanders were Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and so on. The total number of space beasts in the army was about 100 million. The second army was the Remnant Army. Both Remnant Tribe of Sangji and the Remnant Tribe of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were formed. Later, they joined the Remnant Alliance. It was made up of. The commanders were the black-robed Huang Zun, the 9 supreme beings, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and so on. There were hundreds of billions of remnant people in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. It was made up of. The third army was the Nomadic Army. Actually, they were the captive army from before, but now they had passed the final test and were no longer captive army. The entire nomadic army was made up of great beings from the three main planes. Both there were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various powerhouses from the original Wan Luo Federation. Orders the commanders in front were the three-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. Army. The number of soldiers in the regiment was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with a total of 50 million warships. The 4 legions were captives. Below them were only captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. The current commanders were the mighty figures of the 3 clans, as well as the Bloodhorn Dragon Ancestor and the Green Rock Ancestor. The total number of soldiers was over 20 billion, including all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses that were 50,000 meters long. The 5th Legion was the All-Evil Legion. The commanders were the immemorial Porcupine Boar and the immemorial Hairy Tortoise. The former already had the combat strength of a Desolate Supreme under the Demonic Pig's 9 Transformations bloodline ability, while the latter was already a Desolate Supreme. Tiansheng. Even though there were only around 100 million star beasts in this evil legion, all of them were valiant beings who had been through many bloody battles. As such, they were definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions in the Magic Hall. The 6 legions were the Heavenly River Legion. System. The commanders were Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Fiend's Sovereign Mo Wen Tian, Fiend's Sovereign Uncle, Dark Turtle Races Patriarch Mingjio, Mad Mosquito Empress, as well as Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Subhoodie, and other upper echelons of small and idle factions and family clans. This included the Fiend race with the War Caravan Legion, as well as Yi Xian's original Heavenly River Legion and Victorious Return Legion, as well as the Dark Turtle race and Blood Mosquito race. All of them formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. It was a massive lineup that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although their individual cultivation levels were slightly weaker, their potential was definitely the strongest among the 6 legions. Yi Xian had extremely high hopes for them. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fate Stellar Zone was emptied. All the Heavenly Fate race's warships and mechanical war beasts were destroyed. Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his expression turned solemn. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Even the Heavenly Fate beast that DE created from the fusion of all the official members of the Heavenly Fate race was exiled into the endless void turbulence. It can be said that if there are no accidents, the Heavenly Fate race and mechanical race have become history and no longer exist. Now, the only major powers left in this chaos fragment are the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The 3 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Alliance should have turned against each other and disintegrated into the Star Alliance, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Human Federation. However, in the previous battle, the awakened Desolate Supremes of these 3 alliances were basically all killed by me. Right now, our Demon Hall is the only powerful force in this fragment of the Great Desolate World. However, the true danger will descend very soon." At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. The Battle of the Chaos was originally a shocking secret. Even the upper echelons of the major powers and races kept it a secret and rarely talked about it. However, now, it is no longer a secret. I have a very strong premonition that the so-called Chaos Apocalypse is about to befall us. At that time, if there are no accidents, the fragments of the void of the entire untainted world that were shattered during the end of the untainted world, including the 3 main starry sky planes, will be pulled together by the power of the green eye of the untainted world. The void we are in now is the main body of the untainted world. Therefore, once the end of the untainted world descends, all the fragments of the untainted world, including the 3 main planes of the starry sky, will gather around us. There will be no barriers and we can come and go at will. However, at that time, the primeval heaven's eye's control of the laws of this chaos will reach its peak. At that time, the Magic Hall will also leave this chaos fragment and retreat into the chaos void. Before that, there is no need for you to care too much. Just focus on improving your cultivation. However, you must be prepared to retreat at any time. At that time, once I give the order, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the majestic army of the 6 major armies, must gather at once and drive towards the starry passage that I have indicated. Use the fastest speed to leave this place and enter the chaos void. Over there, the Magic Hall has been operating a secret base for many years and has always been in hibernation. After explaining everything, Yi Xian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His entire body was much more relaxed. After a short pause, a dim light flashed in his eyes and he suddenly changed the topic. During this period of time, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the 6 major armies, are not allowed to leave the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve your cultivation, there is one more thing to do. That is to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that I have provided as the inheritance of the Magic Hall. As for how much each of you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck. Xiao! Xiao! After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 thin rays of light shot out. Chapter 4987. Besides improving your cultivation with all your might, there's one more thing you have to do, and that's to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that are the inheritances of the Devil Halls. As for how much you're able to comprehend, that'll depend entirely on your own fortune. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of light shot out and rushed towards a life star on the right side of the abode star. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp whistling sounds rang out as the 2 beams of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sky above the life star 10 billion miles to the right. After stopping abruptly, they expanded rapidly against the wind. At the very most. Finally, under the gazes of everyone, they transformed into 2 gigantic monuments that were tens of thousands of feet tall. These 2 monuments stood side by side, towering above the atmosphere of the planet. They were both green and misty. Although they were clearly energy bodies, they emitted an extremely dense and heavy aura. On the surface of the monuments, there were a large number of cryptic runes that appeared and disappeared endlessly. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were constantly evolving. If one looked closely, any one of the runes seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. They clearly contained boundless mysteries. These 2 monuments would forever stand in the Magic Hall. Even if the forbidden land of Rising Sun was emptied in the future, and the 6 Magic Hall legions left this place and entered the primordial void, they would be brought along with them. They would stand in the new Magic Hall's ancestral land in the primordial void, allowing all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immerse themselves in comprehension. However, how much one could comprehend and reap in the end would depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. Just as Yi Xian said, it would all depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. The supreme ability passed down by the entire Magic Hall for him to decide to take it out after careful consideration was naturally not an ordinary object. Of these 2 monuments, the one on the left contained the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Of course, if beasts of other races wanted to comprehend it, they would have to deduce it on their own. Just like the old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine's 9 transformations of the demonic ape, they could transform into the 9 transformations of the demonic dragon, the 9 transformations of the demonic insect, or even the 9 transformations of the demonic dog. As long as one had the ability, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the monument on the right, it contained the mysteries of the fallen skybow. Of course, it was not complete. It was incomplete. However, for ordinary starry sky masters, even an incomplete mysteries, it was enough to use as a life-saving trump card. However, how much one could comprehend and what the final result would be. All this time, the 6 legions of the Devil Hall had countless subordinates, and all of them were provided with all sorts of top-grade cultivation resources. After all, there were countless experts in the remnant legions, and now all of them were able to refine flesh and blood medicine. The interaction between the 6 legions was not something the external alliance could compare to. Soon, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall would have their own gains. Maybe there would be a group of amazing people among them. It was also very possible. At this moment, with the formation of the 2 heritage monuments, The whole forbidden land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. From the black-robed desolate sovereign and the other high-ranking members of the Magic Hall to the ordinary masters of the 6 great armies, all of them turned to look at the monuments with burning eyes. There was the power of divine sense sweeping across the 2 heritage monuments, comprehending everything. This scene made Yi Xian feel very gratified. After nodding with a smile, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 7 beautiful cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were swept away. They passed through the atmosphere of the stars under their feet and returned to the Immortals' cave star. At the same time, in the star field of the Star Alliance's headquarters in the void of the Chaos Fragment. First, the Star Alliance's army, which had participated in the invasion of the Tianji star field, had returned not long ago. Even the blood-devouring lion, the only remaining monster of the Star Alliance, had returned. But now, the vast star field occupied by the Star Alliance was dead silent. Although there were many masters of various races in the countless star field, there was no movement. And all the living beings of various races were hibernating in their own caves and lairs, trembling. Unknowingly, an extremely strong aura of despair enveloped the entire star field. In this battle, the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall's allied forces had achieved their goal. At least, all of the Tianji clan's battleships and mechanical beasts had been annihilated without exception. Even the Tianji beast, which had stepped into the Heavenly Dao realm, was forced to self-exile into the endless void of turbulence. De had fused the remaining 8 million members of the Tianji clan with his own body to form the Tianji beast. If there were no accidents, there would be no day of return. However, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated and the Tianji star field was empty, for the Star Alliance, this battle could not be considered a victory. One's only winner was the Magic Hall. In addition, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, which had joined forces to besiege the Tianji clan, had fallen apart. It had once again become the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. Not only did they no longer have anything to do with each other, they had even turned against each other. The alliance of 10,000 races was the worst. Long before this battle began, there was no desolate supremacy in the alliance's ancestral land who had awakened. The Human Federation was not much better. Air and the entire mechanical clan were basically buried with the Tianji clan and of the Human Federation's top fighting force. Only 2 human desolate supremacies managed to escape. Moreover, they were disliked by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, who was too lazy to kill them. Only then did they survive. Otherwise, like the alliance of 10,000 races, the desolate supremacy-level fighting force would have been reduced to nothing. As for the Star Alliance, although one of their bloodthirsty war lions had managed to escape, strictly speaking, he was only a Desolation Venerable. His Desolation Venerable combat strength was only achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. There was a time limit. From this point of view, the Star Alliance was not much better off than the alliance of 10,000 races. In the entire alliance, there was not a single desolate supremacy who had awakened. This situation was too awkward, and it made people feel very insecure. In this current situation, if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, wanted to, he could just send 2 Heavenly King avatars here and slaughter the entire Star Alliance. Think. At this point, the blood-devouring lion's body shook violently. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless madness. Roar! The other races of the Second Universe are still in the Second Universe. Their ancestral lands are still in the Second Universe. However, my Battle Lion clan, as well as the Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Rock clan, have already moved all of our clansmen and their entire ancestral lands here. No matter what, all of this cannot be erased by the Magic Hall. Otherwise, my Battle Lion clan will be completely annihilated. For the continuation of our clan, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Chapter 4988. For the continuation of our race, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. With a final roar, the bloodthirsty war lion sprang into action. His body blurred as he charged out of the cavern world and into the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Zhuang as a desolate sovereign, his speed was naturally fast. After a short while, he arrived at the deepest part of the Star Alliance. This area was extremely quiet. There was not a single star in sight within a radius of 10 billion miles. However, in the darkness ahead, there were 3 gloomy light clusters standing in the void. They were not small in diameter, like 3 mysterious stars in the form of energy. They were more like black hole vortexes, but there was a dim light flickering in them. The Star Alliance was formed by various races from the Second Universe. The leaders of the Alliance were the top 10 races of the Second Universe. However, since the Dark Tortoise clan had chosen the Magic Hall, the vacated position was taken by another race from the Second Universe. However, there were still 10 of them. Among the top 10 races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion races were the top 3 races in the Second Universe's top 10 races. In addition, the reason why the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the War Lion clan had absolute authority in the Star Alliance was because all of their clansmen had moved from the Second Universe to this Chaos Fragment. Bao, it was the same for their ancestral lands. The 3 black holes in front of him were the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the War Lion clan. Inside the vortexes, there were many slumbering ancestors of the 3 races. There was no lack of powerful desolate sovereigns among them. Initially, they still needed to sleep for a period of time before they could wake up. However, the blood-devouring War Lion could not wait any longer. The reason why he had rushed to the depths of the star area from the cave star was to wake up the ancestors of the 3 clans in the 3 energy whirlpools. He did not want to wake up just one of them, but all of them. Because, in his opinion, even if all the ancestors of the various eras were to be awakened from their slumber in the ancestral lands of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they would definitely not be a match for the current Demon Hall. Therefore, waking up all of the ancestors in the 3 vortexes was only the first step of the bloodthirsty Warlian's plan. Connect after all the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan woke up from their slumber in the ancestral land of their clans, he still had a follow-up operation to carry out. Otherwise, they would not be able to contend with the increasingly powerful Magic Hall. Naturally, this would have an effect. If the ancestors of the 3 clans in the 3 energy vortexes were allowed to awaken on their own, their cultivation and strength would be able to reach the pinnacle. When they first entered their hibernation, they had already made the corresponding preparations. However, waking them up ahead of time would not be as he had expected. However, the bloodthirsty War Lion could not wait any longer. All the members of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and War Lion tribes had migrated to this chaos fragment. If the master of the Magic Hall were to attack, the Star Alliance would not be able to resist and the War Lion clan would be wiped out. He could not accept such an outcome. In order to save his clan, the bloodthirsty War Lion clan was willing to pay a price. With a flash of cold light, the blood-devouring War Lion raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, from its bloody mouth, 3 blood arrows shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead. The aura of the 3 blood arrows was dense and tyrannical. The blood-devouring War Lion had even mixed a drop of soul blood into each of them. In order to awaken the Blood Flood Dragon race, Azure Rock race, and War Lion race's ancestors, he had paid a heavy price. Buzz. 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 As soon as the blood arrows entered the 3 vortexes, a low buzzing sound could be heard coming from them. But the bloodthirsty War Lion did not do anything else. He stood in the void and waited patiently. Time passed slowly, but the blood-devouring War Lion still did not leave. The low humming sound coming from the 3 vortexes 10 billion miles ahead grew more rapid and high-pitched. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, different sounds could be heard coming from the 3 vortexes. This is the soul blood of the War Lion clan's ancestor. He is forcefully summoning us. What did he do? How did he end up in this situation? Back then, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan's bloodline primordial ancestor had set a rule. He ordered the three clans to work together at all times. Once the old ancestors of the various eras in slumber in the ancestral lands of the three races capture the soul blood aura of any desolate venerable level expert of the three races, they must immediately interrupt their slumber and forcefully awaken. This means that the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan, and the Warlion clan are in grave danger. How many years has it been? There has never been such a crisis. But today, is it really coming? Wake up. Fellow Taoists, the danger of the survival of our Bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans has arrived, and our slumber is meaningless any longer. All external enemies that come to disturb us must be annihilated, and we must use blood and fire to defend the dignity of our three clans. Roar! Screech! Rumble! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As these deep and distant divine sense voices rang out, the three energy vortexes that were lined up side by side in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting thunderous rumbles. At the same time, there were roars and howls raging in the vortexes. At first, there were not many of them, but they soon became denser. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, streaks of light blasted out from the three energy vortexes. After rushing out of the three energy vortexes, they expanded in the wind, instantly turning into bloody dragons, green rocks, and fierce battle lions. These were the ancestors of the three clans who entered the ancestral lands of the three clans in different eras to begin their slumber. Because they had entered seclusion at different times in the ancestral land at different times, their original cultivation bases were also different. Therefore, although they were awakened at the same time by the blood-devouring Warlion's soul blood aura, they ended their long slumber and came out of seclusion at the same time. However, in fact, the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestors from different eras who had rushed out from the three energy whirlpools had different auras of cultivation. However, the weakest one was a Universe Master. As for the strongest one, he had reached the Desolate Supremacy level. 3. The number of ancestors of the various eras who rushed out of the ancestral lands of the three vortexes was not small. There were more than 100 of them. It was absolutely shocking. Chapter 4989. Roar! Roar! Screech! Along with earth-shattering roars and howls, one figure after another charged out from the three energy vortexes 10 billion kilometers ahead. Only after 30 minutes had passed did everything come to a stop. The incessant buzzing in the air disappeared, and the three star-like energy vortexes no longer trembled. This meant that the ancestors of the three clans had all awakened and emerged from their slumber. Looking over, there were already close to 200 figures in the space in front of him. They were all in the form of the Blood Flood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Battle Lion race. There were big and small figures, but their forms were basically the same. There were only some slight differences. There were about 60 of the 200 ancestors from the Gorfiend Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race, and the weakest of them was a Universe Master. Until there were about 5 or 6 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era and 5 or 6 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. Plus, altogether, there were 16 or 17 Primordial Sovereigns and Primordial Sovereigns among the nearly 200 Primordial Patriarchs from different eras. There were even 2 Supreme Beings of the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race, who were at the peak of the 9th stage. But, even so, there were only 6 Supreme Beings of the Half-Step Heavenly Tao among the 3 races, which was still no match for the Magic Hall. Everyone, the Gorfiend Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race are facing an existential crisis. After the 3 energy whirlpools 10 billion miles ahead had completely stabilized, the bloodthirsty Battle Lion in the void suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with endless resentment. Although the Tianji race was basically annihilated in the previous battle, at the last moment, they joined forces with the Star Alliance to attack the Magic Hall in the Tianji Star sector and killed our fellow Taoists. The 9-headed Bloodworm and the Azure Sky Rock have fallen at the hands of the Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who joined the Star Alliance, were killed by Yi Xian. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful one in this primordial world fragment. Just the Desolate Supremacy, who is a half-step into the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, already has 8 of them. Even if all the patriarchs of our Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock and Battle Lion clans were awakened, they would still not be a match for them. Speaking of this, the blood-devouring war lion suddenly paused. Then he used his divine sense to tell the blood-devouring war lion about the structure of the various forces in this fragment of the untainted land, as well as what had happened after he brought all the clansmen of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan into this fragment of the untainted land. Surprisingly, the nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans had been hibernating in their respective clans' ancestral lands all this time. They had no idea what was going on outside. Across from them, there was silence. The nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans who had just awakened from their respective ancestral lands listened attentively to the blood-devouring war lion's introduction. Their eyes glowed with a mysterious light, making it impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. "You have just awoken from our long slumber, so we can't be too emotional. Otherwise, it won't do us any good." That's the gist of the situation. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful force in this untainted land fragment of the untainted land. The alliance of 10,000 clans and the Human Federation have turned against the Star Alliance. What's more, they can't even protect themselves right now. Even if they don't turn against us, they won't have the time to deal with us. As soon as the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. When the time comes, the other clans from the First Universe will be fine. After all, there are still clans and ancestral lands in the First Universe. However, the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans have done the same. If the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, our 3 clans will be in grave danger. This is the reason why I have decided to awaken all the patriarchs of the 3 clans who have been hibernating in our ancestral lands. However, even if all the patriarchs of the 3 clans awaken from their slumber in our ancestral lands, we still won't be a match for the Magic Hall. At this point, the blood-devouring war lion paused again and swept its gaze across the 200 or so ancestors of the 3 clans in front of it. What I mean is that we should work together and activate the power of the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of our 3 races. We will blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge the star zone with a certain star zone in the second universe. This way, the armies of the other clans in the second universe will be able to pass through this void passage and arrive here in no time. The patriarchs of the various clans who have been hibernating in their ancestral lands can be awakened at any time. At the same time, if the threat of annihilation really descends, the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan can immediately retreat to the second universe through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. All in all, the Star Alliance doesn't only consist of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Ever since we entered the Chaos Fragment, the armies of the other clans in the second universe have been living under our protection. But now, our 3 races have already awakened the slumbering ancestors of the various eras in our ancestral lands, but it's still not enough to contend against the Demon Hall. As such, it's naturally time for all the other races to contribute to the alliance. Seconded. I don't have any objections. This is how it should be. Seconded. As the blood-devouring war lion's voice faded away, the nearly 200 ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the War Lion clan, who had just awoken from their slumber, immediately made their stance known. Most importantly, the final result was unanimous approval. Everyone supported the blood-devouring war lion's decision and proposal. No one objected. After all, for the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans, this proposal was only beneficial. There was no reason for them to object. Such an outcome was within the blood-devouring war lion's expectations. At this moment, when he saw that none of the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans had objected and reached a consensus, he immediately nodded with a gratified expression on his face. Then, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rang out again. "In that case, let's begin. Everyone, listen to my unified command. Use all your strength to activate the energy vortex in the ancestral lands of the three clans. Create a resonance. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-devouring war lion raised his head and roared the last two words. As this roar rang out, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the three clans from various eras also fully activated the power in their bodies and shot out pillars of energy at the same time. Rumbling sounds echoed out. Chapter 4990. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, a large number of air-piercing sounds rang out. They were so sharp that it made one's scalp go numb. Following, the blood-devouring war lion let out a final roar. Instantly, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the three clans in the void in front of them also urged the energy in their bodies to shoot out beams of energy at the same time. These 200 beams of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the three clans urging the energy in their bodies at all costs. These energy beams were of different colors, but they were all extremely hot. They emitted an extremely dense energy aura. In the blink of an eye, they all entered the three energy whirlpools that were arranged in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. These three energy whirlpools were the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans were sleeping in them. It was created by the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans. Back then, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans who left behind the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan in the second universe were the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuanpeng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Before they left the second universe for the primordial chaos void, they each used their own bloodline to create these three energy whirlpools. It could be said that the three energy whirlpools contained the bloodline powers of the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuanpeng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Also because of this, they were considered the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans all entered seclusion in these energy whirlpools and were nurtured by the primordial ancestors' bloodline power. The effect was much better than cultivating and sleeping in the void outside. For example, today, all the ancestors of the three clans who had just woken up activated their own bloodline power. They even added some soul blood to activate their own power. They turned into beams of bloodline power and entered the three energy whirlpools. For a moment they resonated with each other. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange buzzing sound instantly rang out. At first, it was extremely low and slow, but very soon, it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone, including the blood-devouring war lion, held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but there was also a hint of exhaustion in their expressions. The energy beam that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 200 pairs of eyes were focused on the three star-like energy whirlpools, revealing endless passion and expectation. Void in the air, the strange buzzing sound became sharper and more rapid. One under everyone's gazes, the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a straight line in the void 10 billion miles away gradually seemed to sense each other, resonating and synchronizing with each other, creating an invisible attractive force between them. That's right, they were originally in a row, but now they were gathering towards the center. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited, because this meant that their efforts had succeeded. The ancestral whirlpools of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans were about to merge into one. Century, that would be the time when the void passageway that had locked onto the coordinates of the second universe would descend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. It was so powerful that the Star Alliance's territory began to tremble. At this moment, in the countless inhabited stars of the second universe, Countless clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe trembled in fear. They thought that this was the arrival of the Magic Hall's invasion army. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, all the clansmen and experts of different clans in the inhabited stars instinctively crouched on the ground, hiding in the corners of their cave mansions. They shivered, their eyes filled with desperation as if the end of the world had come. But, soon, these clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe froze in unison. Their expressions were sluggish, and their eyes were filled with confusion. But they subconsciously raised their heads, regardless of whether they could see or not. They all gazed into the depths of the star field. In the next moment, they suddenly felt a familiar presence. Although it was faint and indistinct, the summoning power that came from the bloodline couldn't lie. They seemed to have sensed the presence of the origin of their bloodline in their ancestral land. It wasn't an illusion, it was reality. Just as the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of the Blood WM, Cyan Peng, and Battle Lion clansmen resonated with each other, fusing into one and exploding with a loud bang, in the depths of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance, there was a crisp sound like the cry of a phoenix. In the void, a huge fissure suddenly appeared. This fissure was too shocking. It stretched across the deepest part of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right. It almost pierced through the entire star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was extremely wide, but also very narrow. At first it was only tens of millions of miles high, but soon it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths of time, a fissure appeared in the deepest part of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was as large as the sky. From left to right it was tens of billions of miles wide, and from top to bottom it was more than 10 billion miles high. It took up a corner of the star field. The crack that seemed like a huge curtain of space was originally pitch black, and there were even large amounts of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc. However, under the influence of some unknown, invisible force, the structure of the crack became more and more stable. Even the pitch-black crack seemed to have gradually thinned out, and some changes had taken place. Whoosh! There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the void. Suddenly, an eye-catching ray of light appeared within the fissure. It was a ray of starlight, coming from the other side of the fissure. At first there was only one ray of starlight, but soon there were more and more of it. In just a few breaths of time, there was a flickering light. Under the illumination of these faint rays of starlight, the fissure was no longer pitch black. It shone like a river of stars. And, judging from the aura of this galaxy that had suddenly appeared, it was clearly the aura of the second universe plane of the three great starry skies. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Blood WM, Cyan Peng, and Battle Lion clansmen had finally succeeded in merging the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the chaos. Chapter 4991. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Bloodline WM, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans finally succeeded in merging the second universe with the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. In the depths of the Star Alliance's territory, a spacious passageway to the second universe was finally stabilized. The passageway was vast, spanning tens of billions of kilometers from left to right and from top to bottom. The height of the passageway was more than 10 billion kilometers. Not to mention an army of battleships, even giant planets could pass through it with ease. From this moment on, there was no longer any barrier between the second universe and the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. Through this passageway, any expert or army of any faction could freely travel between the Eldritch Wastelands fragment and the second universe. This was of great significance, especially to the Star Alliance. It was immeasurable. With the passageway stabilized, not only would the armies of the second universe be able to descend on the Star Alliance's territory at any time, even the slumbering ancestors of the various clans would be able to do so. In the event of an invasion, any expert of the Star Alliance in the Eldritch Wastelands fragment would be able to escape to the second universe through the passageway if they were unable to defend themselves. Although this was equivalent to bringing the invading enemy into the second universe, if the combined forces of all the races in the second universe were unable to resist the invading enemy, Then if the enemy really wanted to, it was only a matter of time before they chased after them. There was not much difference whether they had the convenience of this void passage or not. But still, therefore, the passageway that stabilized the Eldritch Wasteland's fragment's orbit with the second universe had its disadvantages, but in short, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Now that the passageway had been stabilized, the nearly 200 newly awakened ancestors of the bloodline WM, Cyan Rock, and Cyan Rock could finally relax. With the passageway, the bloodline WM, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans would at least be able to avoid being wiped out if the Magic Hall's army attacked. At worst, they could just escape to the second universe. At that time, he could pull in the other races of the second universe and have them awaken all the ancestors of the various eras that were hibernating in their ancestral lands. Together, they could fight against the Magic Hall, and they might be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to do so just yet. The Magic Hall's army hadn't arrived yet, and there was no sign that they were about to launch a full-scale attack on the Star Alliance. The greatest purpose of this Void Passage's existence is actually to provide a safe and secure final path of retreat. Roar. Screech. It didn't take long before roars and screams filled the Star Alliance. They were filled with joy and surprise. This was the roar of the leaders of the Star Alliance from the second universe. They could sense the presence of their ancestral lands, and it was coming from every corner of the Star Alliance. Desire to rush into the void passage leading to the second universe. The leaders of the Bloodline WRM clan and the Bloodline WRM clan didn't stop them. Instead, they sent some of their leaders back to the second universe to report the situation to their respective ancestors. At the very least, it would alert the higher-ups of the various races who had stayed behind in the second universe. When they were needed, those old fellows would know what to do. They would be able to wake up the ancestors of the various eras who were sleeping in the ancestral land as soon as possible. Whoosh, 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 rumble, 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 rumble. Fleet after fleet rushed into the Void Passage and returned to the ancestral lands of the second universe. The alliance of 10,000 races. It had been a long time since the battle in the Tianji Galaxy. The Alliance's army had long since returned to the Alliance's territory. Since then, they had remained dormant, not daring to go out again. However, they did send out a large number of scouts. They paid close attention to the progress of the battle in the Tianji Galaxy and reported back as soon as possible. The Alliance was one of the three great powers that had formed the Heavenly Order Alliance. They had also participated in the battle in the Tianji Galaxy. The Alliance's army had sent a fleet of warships through the Stargate that connected to the Human Federation's galaxy. But they had only participated in the initial, conventional battle. As for the battle against the Heaven's Legacy Beast, not a single expert from the entire Myriad Races Alliance had participated in it. Back then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance had sent an army from each of the three main planes of the universe. The Alliance's space rats, infernal ants, ferals, and slimes had all migrated to the second universe, just like the Bloodline WM, Cyan Peng, and Battle Lion. This time, the four races had also brought 40 billion battleships gathered by the other slave races in the first universe. Since then, the entire alliance of 10,000 races had 24 late-stage mighty figures and 4 middle-stage supreme masters of the ancients. However, within such a short time, the 4 desolate masters and 24 late-stage supremes had all been killed by the master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Currently, there were only a dozen or so primordial powerhouses in the Myriad Races Alliance. After Yi Xian killed all 4 of the desolate elders of the Myriad Races Alliance, they were awakened by the universe supremes of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime from the ancestral lands of the 4 races that had already moved over. The ones who had awakened them were merely universe supreme beings of the 4 races. The concentration of their bloodlines was not enough to awaken a desolate master. Primordial great beings were the limit. Hence, there was no desolate master in the current alliance of Myriad Races. There were only a dozen great beings of the 4 races. Now, the war in the Tianji Star Zone had completely come to an end. Everything that happened after that had already spread. And now, the dozen or so almighties of the 4 races in charge of the alliance of the 10,000 races were having a secret meeting in the Alliance Hall in the depths of the Star Zone. In this war, the Tianji clan had been exterminated. Only one Tianji beast, who had entered the Heavenly Path realm, was left. It had been severely injured and had been exiled to the turbulent void space. However, the Heavenly Path Alliance had suffered a devastating blow because of this. Of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had turned against each other. Although the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't involved in this and was innocent, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was only in name now that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had turned against each other. Even if the alliance of the myriad races wanted to continue forming an alliance with the Star Alliance or the Human Federation, it was basically impossible. Moreover, from this war, the upper echelons of the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had become unsightly. Honestly speaking, none of the upper echelons of the alliance of the myriad races had the slightest intention of forming an alliance with them. That, without a desolate master, the alliance of the myriad races had to be carefully considered. Right now, the alliance of the myriad races was discussing this matter. Chapter 4992. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall deep in the Alliance Star Field, a dozen powerful beings from the Desolate Era were having a secret meeting. Based on the current situation of the void fragment of the primitive world, they put forward all kinds of suggestions and ideas about the future of the alliance of all races. The hearts of the 10+ almighty figures were very heavy, and the expressions on their faces were extremely heavy as well. They revealed a wisp of worry that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was annihilated and the Heaven's Legacy beast was heavily injured and exiled, the Heavenly Tao Alliance also fell apart because of this. Our Myriad Race Alliance doesn't have a desolate supremacy-level combat strength to hold down the fort, making it extremely dangerous. Not only the Magic Hall, but even the Human Federation and the Star Alliance could secretly attack us. Those old fogies aren't good people either. Previously, it was inconvenient for them to make a move because of the formation of the Heavenly Tao Union. Now that the Human Federation and the Star Alliance have shed all pretense of cordiality, if necessary, the alliance of 10,000 races is no more than a soft persimmon in their eyes. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, seems to have a deep misunderstanding of our alliance. He attacked us twice, killing the 24 powerful beings and 4 desolate supremacies that were originally in charge of our alliance. Seeing how deep his hatred is, it's hard to guarantee that the Magic Hall will attack our alliance. This is indeed a serious matter, and we have to be on guard early. Now, I'm afraid that we can only awaken some desolate supremacies from the ancestral land that we moved from and let them take charge of the situation. Now that the Magic Hall is the most powerful one, there are already 8 desolate supremacies who are half a step into the Heavenly Tao realm. If the desolate supremacies that we awaken from our ancestral land are too few and their cultivation is too weak, it's meaningless. But if there are too many of them, it's indeed a pity. It's really a headache to figure out how to balance and grasp the situation, he said. At this point, the powerful beings in the hall looked at each other and all shook their heads and sighed. Whoosh! When everyone was unable to make a decision, a ray of light suddenly shot in from outside the hall. It was caught by one of the dozen or so great beings, and the power of divine sense instantly extended into it. Hiss! Is the Star Alliance out of their minds? Yes. With just a slight probe, the expression of the giant ferocious race's ancient supreme expert suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock. Everyone turned around at the same time. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Take a look and you'll know. Show. The primordial expert of the giant ferocious race frowned. He waved his hand and passed the sliver of light to the other primordial experts in the hall. After a few breaths of time, everyone finished reading it, and all of them gasped while similarly shocked expressions appeared on their faces, causing them to exclaim with astonishment. The bloodthirsty lion awoke the slumbering ancestors of the blood rakes, the Cyan rocks, and the war lions from their ancestral lands. It even gathered the strength of nearly 200 ancestors and destroyed their ancestral lands to blast open a void passage in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system. That's how it stabilized the orbit of the second universe. It's really a big deal. It seems that the old man was forced to do this because he had no other choice. After all, the Battle Lion clan, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, and the Green Rock clan have already moved all their clansmen to this fragment of the untainted world, including the bloodline ancestral land where the ancestors of the various eras are hibernating. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Hall Master comes to find us, the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other two clans will definitely be completely wiped out. The blood-devouring battle lions paid such a heavy price to prevent the Bloodhorn Dragon clan and the other two clans from being annihilated. By doing so, they forcibly tied the other clans in the second universe to the same boat as the three clans, and they would live and die together. It seems that the space rats, hell ants, giant ferocious, and evil slime tribes are also in the same situation. Not only have all of our people moved here, but even our ancestral lands are also in the same situation. To be honest, the danger we face is even more serious than the Bloodrakes and the other two tribes. Before they made this decision, at least the bloodthirsty lion had the battle strength of a desolate master, but at this point, the last almighty from the Space Mouse clan suddenly stopped speaking, but the expression on his face suddenly became strange. He turned to look at the other almighty figures of the four clans in the hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy. More than 10 ancient powerhouses from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans looked at each other. Although none of them said anything, their expressions were very conflicted. Their eyes flickered incessantly. It was clear that they were in a dilemma, pondering over some extremely difficult decision. The uneasy silence only lasted for a dozen breaths. After a dozen breaths, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans in the hall raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other again. This time, with just a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. Suddenly, their entire bodies became inexplicably relaxed. Among them, a few of them even heaved a sigh of relief. A faint smile that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared on their faces. Then, they nodded and continued to speak. The overall situation in this Chaos World fragment is too serious. The Magic Hall is the strongest, and the Human Race Federation and the Star Federation are desperate. Only our Myriad Races Alliance is the weakest. It's too dangerous. We have to take a strong medicine. The Star Alliance has at least one bloodthirsty lion with the battle strength of a desolate master, but they also made the same choice. Why can't we follow suit? That's right, don't tell me that we have to fight against the Magic Hall, the Human Race Federation, and the Star Alliance. Even if we're not afraid of death, we can't drag the countless powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance down with us. It's one thing for the other races. Even if all the armies in the Alliance are dead, at least there are still people in the first universe. However, we, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the Giant Ferocious Beasts, and the Evil Spirit Slime, have already migrated here. If there's even the slightest mistake, for our four races, it's a real danger of extinction. If that's the case, we'll become the sinners of our race. Even death won't be regretted, so there's no need to think too much. There's already a precedent. We can follow the Star Alliance's example and make the same choice as the bloodthirsty lion. We can draw a gourd and draw a bottle gourd. We can wake up the slumbering ancestors of the four races. Then, we can let the ancestors decide whether to destroy the ancestral lands of the four races and build a parallel passage to the first universe like the Star Alliance did. It's decided. There's no need to think about it anymore. Seconded. Chapter 4993. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In the void, a dozen figures rushed out from the depths of the Star Alliance where the Alliance Hall was located. They were the ancient masters of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Under the pressure of the situation, these ancient masters made the same decision as the blood-devouring war lion. In the face of the Magic Hall, which was now the dominant force in the void of the Chaos Fragment, they were powerless to resist. In order to avoid the threat of extinction, they had no choice but to awaken the ancestors of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races who were hibernating in their ancestral lands, just like the blood flood dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race. The space rat, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the evil spirit slime race that lived in the first universe also had their ancestors who left behind their bloodline inheritances descend. Then, after leaving behind the bloodlines of the four races, the four ancestors left the three main planes of the universe without a trace. It was said that they went to the mysterious primordial void. Before they left, the founding ancestors of the four major tribes used their great abilities to form independent small grotto heavens in their respective ancestral lands. Then they left in a hurry. For countless years, the ancestors of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races would enter these four small independent grotto heavens to hibernate. This was because these small independent grotto heavens were not only safe and had a stable structure, but also had the effect of condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was full of spiritual energy and was the best place for seclusion. All the ancestors of the four races who entered the independent grotto heavens made perfect preparations and did not plan to come out of seclusion in a short time. They all set their own goals, and some of them even went into an almost eternal slumber. As long as there were no major changes in the races, they would not wake up. Most of these existences went with the goal of breaking through to the desolate supremacy realm. A short period of seclusion would not achieve their goal. Only this kind of almost eternal slumber had hope. But now, the reason why the more than 10 remote antiquity powerful figures of the four races had awakened all the ancestors of the various eras in their ancestral lands was to awaken the ancestors of the various eras who were rushing towards the desolate venerate realm and let them take charge of the situation. For countless years, the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races had entered their respective ancestral lands to hibernate. Even if only a few of them had successfully entered the desolate supremacy realm, there were still many desolate supremacies in the four races. It should be enough to fight against the magic hall. Moreover, as long as these desolate elders were awakened, they would be the ones in charge. As for where the clan would go, the dozen or so primordial great experts who were in charge of the overall situation would be able to unload the heavy burden on their shoulders. Soon, the stars in the void ahead became sparse. They had arrived at the depths of the star field. 10 billion miles away, 4 star-sized gloomy light spheres were lined up in a straight line. This is within the 4 light clusters were the ancestral grounds of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. Within each light cluster was an independent small heavenly abode. The spirit chi inside was incomparably abundant, and a large number of ancestors of the four races from various eras were hibernating. Many of them have been in slumber for countless years, but now they are about to be awakened. Shio! Swish, swish, swish. In the void, a sharp sound rang out. A crack appeared on the foreheads of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. A beam of light shot out from the crack into the 4 light clusters. All of the streaks of dark light had been infused with their most precious strands of soul blood. Now that they had entered the ball of light, they had immediately triggered some kind of unknown reaction. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the 4 balls of light trembled slightly in an instant. This scene lasted for about a dozen breaths of time. Then, from the 4 light clusters, a low voice of divine sense came out. This is the aura of the clan's bloodline. The power of summoning? The clan is waking us up. What happened? The bloodline primordial ancestor had given a strict order that no one could disturb and wake up the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds unless they encountered a great crisis of survival. Roar! Who dares to offend my Hell Ant clan? Hiss! Since I've already woken up, I'll go out and take a look. I'll use the shortest amount of time to deal with my opponent, and then I'll return to the ancestral grounds and fall into a deep sleep. I'm already at the peak of the 9th step of the Supreme Expert, and I'm only one step away from the desolate venerable realm. How dare you disturb my Hell Rat clan at such a critical moment, interfering with my process of breaking through to the desolate venerable realm. No matter who it is, this sovereign will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Roar. Screech. Swish, swish, swish. Following the wild roars and howls, numerous figures rushed out from the 4 gloomy balls of light. All of them were extremely large in size, and they were all experts from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. To be precise, they were the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds of their respective races to enter a deep sleep. This, after the ancestors of the 4 races rushed out from the dark clusters of light, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered in the void space in front of the 4 ancestral grounds. Around after a while, the 4 ancestral grounds that were lined up in a row in the void space fell into silence, and no more figures rushed out. But, in front of the 4 ancestral grounds, there were already more than 400 ancestors of the 4 races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. Among the 4 races, there were about 100 people from each race. Among the 400 ancestors of the 4 races, the weakest one was already a universe supreme, accounting for more than half of them, about 300 of them. As for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. 100. As for the remaining figures, there were more than 20 of them from each race. Among them, there were about 20 Ancient Supreme Beings, and 4 to 5 Ancient Supreme Beings. In other words, among the 400-plus ancestors of the various eras of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime races, there were more than 80 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era, and more than 20 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era. This kind of foundation, even compared to the current Star Alliance, was not weaker. After all, in the ancestral land of the Star Alliance, this time, only the ancestors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races were awakened. However, the original slaves of the first universe were awakened today, but the ancestors of the 4 races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime were all awakened today. With one more race, the number of powerful beings and desolate supreme beings was slightly more, which was a normal phenomenon. Chapter 4994. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From within the 4 gloomy balls of light, one figure after another rushed out. All of them had incomparably large bodies, and were all experts from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. He had been sleeping in the ancestral lands of the 4 clans for a long time, and their cultivation had improved tremendously. But now, they were all awakened at the same time. To them, this kind of awakening represented that their race had encountered a great crisis that concerned the survival of their race. Positive because of this, the ancestors of the various eras who had rushed out from the ancestral lands of the 4 clans had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. Some of them, who were at the peak of the 9th step and were about to break through to the next realm, were even more resentful and unwilling. The auras in their bodies were fierce, and they looked as if they wanted to devour someone. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime clans had a total of over 100 ancestors awakened. This is among the 400 or so elders of the 4 clans. Even the weakest one was already a universe supreme. More than half of them were around 300. While as for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. Each of the 4 clans had more than 20 of them. Among them, there were about 20 primordial cultivators and 4 to 5 primordial cultivators. It was a formidable force, perhaps even more so than the Star Alliance. This time, the Blood WRM, Azure Peng, and Warlion clans of the Star Alliance had awakened their ancestors from their slumber in their ancestral lands. However, the total number of ancestors from each of the 3 clans was only 200. Near of the 200 elders from the various eras, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race each had about 60 of them, and even the weakest of them was a universe master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 supreme ancients and 6 primordial ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 supreme ancients and 16 primordial ancients in each of the 200 ancients of the 3 clans. 1. The space rats, infernal ants, gargantuan behemoth, and slime wraith of the human alliance had awakened their ancestors. Compared to the blood WM, cyan peng, and war lion of the star alliance, the human alliance had one more race. As the 400 or so ancestors of various eras emerged from the ancestral grounds of the 4 races, the dozen or so experts of the primordial era who were responsible for the affairs of the alliance all breathed a sigh of relief. All they needed to do now was to hand over the leadership. Now that the 4 races had more than 20 primordial supremes, the burden of leading the alliance of 10,000 races was no longer their responsibility. They could finally take it off. Soon, the powerful figures from the remote antiquity era told him everything they had seen and heard since they woke up in the ancestral land of their clans. They also told him everything that had happened in the fragment of the untainted land and the general trend. Including the Star Alliance's choice of bloodthirsty warlion, everything was explained in detail. As soon as these words fell, the 400 or so ancestors of the 4 clans who had just woken up in the void in front of them were instantly shocked and cried out softly one after another, "Everyone, it seems that the situation is worse than we expected. Who would have thought that the Tianji clan would be wiped out, but we would face an enemy stronger than them? Today, in the fragment of the untainted land, the magic hall has become the dominant force. The alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Federation have also turned against the Star Alliance. In fact, they can't even protect themselves now. Even if they didn't turn against us, they wouldn't have the time to care about us. As soon as the master of the magic hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant." Now, the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, and slime wraith have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans are in the same situation. If the master of the magic hall arrives, our 4 races will face the threat of extinction. Unfortunately, even though the slumbering ancestors of our 4 clans have awakened, the strength of our 4 clans alone is still not a match for the Devil Hall. They have at least 8 half-step Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th step of perfection. It seems that we have no other way out. What I mean is that we should make the same choice as the Star Alliance. We should combine our strength and activate the energy vortex in our ancestral lands. We should blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this region of the untainted land with a corner of the untainted land in the untainted land. This seems to be the only choice. If the threat of annihilation really comes, the people of the 4 races can immediately retreat to the first universe plane through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. The bloodthirsty warlion's choice is correct. The Star Alliance isn't just made up of the blood WRM, Cyan Peng, and Warlion clans. Similarly, the alliance of 10,000 races isn't just made up of the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, slime wraith, and slime wraith. This is a matter of life and death for all of our races. The other races that make up the alliance should contribute to its survival. This is what we should do. Seconded. Seconded. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the voices echoed through the void, the 400 or so ancestors of the dimensional rats, hellish ants, giants, wraiths, and slimes all came to a consensus and made the same decision as the Star Alliance. Without any hesitation, under the unified command of more than 20 desolate venerables of the 4 clans, more than 400 old ancestors of the 4 clans from various eras instantly activated the power in their bodies with all their strength, shooting out energy pillars of light at the same time, rumbling as they shot out. Nearly 400 pillars of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the 4 races unleashing the full power of their bodies at all costs. Everywhere the pillars of energy were different in color, but all of them were extremely hot. They emitted a thick bloodline aura. In the blink of an eye, all of them entered the 4 energy vortexes in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. They immediately resonated with an unknown force. B. BZBDB. A strange buzzing sound immediately rang out. At first, it was extremely low and slow, but soon it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but they also looked a little tired. The pillar of energy that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 10,000 in front of everyone's eyes, the four vortexes that were originally in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them seemed to be resonating with each other. They resonated with each other and created an invisible attractive force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the four energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Chapter 4995. Rumble, hiss, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused people's courage to shatter. Boom. The momentum was too shocking, causing the entire star domain occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance to tremble. In the depths of the star domain, there was a crisp cracking sound like the cry of a phoenix. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the void. It lay across the deepest void of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right, almost running through the entire star field occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance. It was extremely wide, but it was also very narrow. It was originally only a few tens of millions of kilometers in height, but it quickly expanded as if it was being pulled by an invisible and majestic force. In just a few dozen breaths of time, a void crack that was like a canopy of the sky had appeared in the depths of the star field. It was tens of billions of kilometers in width, and it was over 10 billion kilometers in height. It had replaced a corner of the star field. What was originally pitch black within the crack that looked like a giant curtain of space was even a large amount of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc within it. But soon, under the influence of some unknown invisible force, the structure of the void crack became more and more stable. Even the original pitch black void crack seemed to be slowly thinning out. Whoosh! Along with this almost imperceptible sharp sound, a striking ray of light suddenly appeared in the void crack. This was a ray of starlight, and it shot out from the void of another universe at the end of the crack. It emitted a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Roar! Whoosh! This is the aura of our ancestral land. Look, in the depths of the star field, there is a huge void crack. On the other side of the void crack, there seems to be a bright sea of stars. What a familiar aura! Could it be the first universe? The first universe where our race is located is actually in the same orbit as this void fragment of the primitive world? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the end of this void crack, a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it could not be dispersed poured out along with the brilliant starlight. From the countless inhabited stars in the vast star region of the alliance of 10,000 races, the figures of various races instantly shot out. Belt with excitement and joy, their gazes converged on the void fissure in the depths of the star domain. They quickly determined the direction of the void fissure this void fissure was connected to. Rumblethum. Soon, a large number of battleships were dispatched from the planets. The higher-ups of the former slaves of the first universe that formed the alliance of 10,000 races all issued orders and sent out battleship legions as scouts to return to the gathering of their races. They shot toward the void crack in the depths of the star zone ahead. Yes, the hundreds of ancestors of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime, who had been awakened from their ancestral lands not long ago, did not stop them at all. Over the years, they had been leading the armies of various races to struggle for survival in this fragment of the untainted land. But apart from the four races, the higher-ups of the other races had been living carefree lives in the first universe. Although the magic hall hadn't invaded yet, it wasn't time to force them to awaken all of the slumbering ancestors in their ancestral lands. But they should know the general situation of this fragment of the untainted land in advance. They should know the pressure that the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime were under. It was only right to give them some mental preparation. Rumble, whoosh, 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 the sound gradually faded away. As the scout fleets of the other races continued to enter the void passage in the depths of the star domain ahead, the 400 or so higher-ups of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, the evil slime, and the other 400 or so higher-ups of the various eras who had just been awakened also flashed and each chose a life star to enter. In that attack just now, they had all used up some of their bloodline power, and even their soul blood. It could be said that they had suffered quite a loss, and the impact on their bodies was not small. While the army of the Magic Hall hadn't invaded yet, they had to make use of all the time they had to make up for their losses. They even had to continue their seclusion in the stars to improve their cultivation strength. The Human Race Federation. In the previous battle in the Tianji star domain, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated, all of their battleship armies and mechanical beasts had been annihilated. Even the star fortresses, giant intelligent robots, and various battleship production lines that had been built from the stars in the star domain had all been destroyed. All of the official members of the Tianji clan, including Di, had been exiled into the boundless void passage along with the departure of the Tianji beast. Moreover, the mechanical beasts that Di Air had fused with the entire mechanical race were chasing after them. There was basically no possibility of them returning. Although the goal of this battle had been achieved, the participating parties had suffered heavy losses. Of course, these losses did not include the Magic Hall, but only the Heavenly Law Alliance. As the battle in the Tianji star domain came to an end, the Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. The alliance of 10,000 races, the Star Alliance, and the Human Federation that had formed the alliance had turned against each other because of this. From the current situation, it was impossible for them to continue to form an alliance, at least for a short period of time. No, however, the most important thing was that the Heavenly Law Alliance's 3 great alliances had all suffered disastrous losses. There was no need to mention the alliance of 10,000 races. Before the battle in the Tianji star domain began, they no longer had a desolate venerable to hold the fort. After the battle in the Tianji star domain, the Star Alliance only had one desolate venerable left, the blood-devouring war lion. Most importantly, the Human Federation was the one that suffered the most. Among the 3 factions that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Human Federation's high-end combat power was originally the strongest. In the Immortal 9 Stars, the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, and the Temple of Glory, 2 desolate venerable monsters had awakened not long ago. In addition to Di Air and the 2 mechanical beasts under his command, the Human Federation's desolate venerable combat power was as high as 9 desolate venerables. However, now, Di Air and all of the official members of the mechanical race had turned into mechanical beasts and chased after the Tianji beast that Di had fused with. The other desolate venerable monsters of the Human Federation had all fallen, and only 2 human desolate venerables had escaped. This, of the 2 human desolate venerables, one was from the Immortal 9 Stars, and the other was from the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. Although they did not fall in this battle, their performance at the last moment of the battle had been spread out, and they had no face to see anyone. At this moment, these 2 human desolate venerable monsters, who had lost all face, were in the deepest part of the star domain that the Human Federation occupied. In the star where the Federation's Great Hall was located, they were discussing the future of the entire Federation. At this moment, everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races was immediately known to them. The 2 of them. One of the old men gasped in shock and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! Oh my God, even their race is willing to sacrifice? Have they all gone mad?" Chapter 4996. My God, they're even willing to sacrifice their own race? Have they all gone mad? Everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races was transmitted to the 2 surviving Huang Zun old monsters of the Human Federation. The 2 old guys were shocked. After a short moment of daze, they gasped and cried out in surprise. Before the cries of alarm could be heard, the 2 old fellows subconsciously exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces instantly became extremely gloomy. At that moment, they felt a strong sense of crisis, not from the Magic Hall, but from the Myriad Races Alliance and the Star Alliance, especially the latter. After the battle in the Tianji Star Sector, the Heavenly Law Alliance fell apart, and the 3 powers that made up the Heavenly Law Alliance turned against each other. the Myriad Races Alliance was better off. After all, they didn't have a supreme master of the primordial era, so they didn't participate in the battle. But the Star Alliance was different. At the last moment, the two surviving elders of the Human Federation tried to curry favor with the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in order to save their own lives. They even attacked the blood-devouring lion of the Star Alliance, trying to curry favor with the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Of course, the result was infuriating. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, didn't even look them in the eye. Not only did he let them go, but he also let the blood-devouring lion go. This point alone was enough to infuriate the two old guys of the Human Federation so much that they almost vomited blood. In their opinion, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, did it on purpose. He spared the blood-devouring lion just to annoy them. It would have been fine if it was just the blood-devouring war lion, but now, that old fellow had actually paid such a huge price and spared no expense to awaken the slumbering ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans in their ancestral lands. There were more than 200 ancestors of the three races in total. The Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race had about 60 each. Even the weakest one was a Universe Master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 Supreme Ancients and 6 Primordial Ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 Supreme Ancients and 16 Primordial Ancients in each of the 200 Ancients of the 3 clans. The Star Alliance's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. With the bloodthirsty Warlion's violent temper, he wasn't going to let the Human Federation off the hook that easily. While in addition to them, the Myriad Races Alliance also made a shocking move. The Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, the Wraith, and the Slime imitated the blood-devouring War Lion's actions. They followed suit and awakened the 400 ancestors of the 4 clans in their ancestral lands. This is among these beings, even the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme, accounting for more than half of them. There were about 300 of them. But the remaining 100 or so figures were either Primordial Ancients or Primordial Ancients. Among them, there were about 20 Supreme Ancients in each of the 4 clans, and 4 to 5 Supreme Ancients. In other words, among the 400 ancestors of the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Slime race, there were more than 80 Supreme Ancients, and more than 20 Supreme Ancients. That was even more than the Star Alliance. Although the Human Federation didn't become enemies with the Myriad Races Alliance during the war in the Tianji Galaxy, the blood-devouring War Lion had already spread the news of what they had done. Everyone in this fragment of the universe knew about it. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance was so powerful, they would ignore the Star Alliance's invasion of the Human Federation even if they didn't take the initiative to attack them. They would pretend they didn't see anything and watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. Still, the Human Federation had its own reserves that would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 races. In fact, they might even surpass them. For example, there were still many superior beings and paragons slumbering in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, as well as the Temple of Glory, the core ancestral grounds of the former Federation of 10,000 Luo. If all of them were to be awakened, they would outnumber both the Alliance and the Star Alliance combined. But after some thought, the 2 desolate sovereigns who were now in charge of the Human Federation shook their heads at the same time and rejected the idea. On one hand, the Human Federation was far from having to awaken the Supreme Ancients in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 Ultimate Sky Palace, and the Temple of Glory. This was because, the longer the Supreme Ancients remained in slumber, the stronger their cultivation would be when they were awakened. Therefore, they wouldn't be willing to awaken them unless it was a matter of life and death. After all, the Human Federation's ambitions were greater. Among the 3 main planes of the stars, the human race and the 10 Ultimates Federation had the most resources in the first place, and they had the capital to scheme more. Clang! But that was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that in the previous battle in the Tianji Star Zone, their performance at the last moment had been too embarrassing. They had made the wrong choice in order to save their lives. Now, these 2 old guys had a bad reputation in this fragment of untainted land. If they were to awaken some of the desolate sovereigns from the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 ultimate sky palace, or the Temple of Glory, they would feel embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. Even if they were to be awakened, they would have to wait until the storm of the Battle of the Tianji Galaxy had died down, and when the embarrassing incident at that time was no longer mentioned. At that thought, the two desolate sovereigns exchanged glances guiltily and reached a consensus in an instant. As if they were of one mind, they nodded and made a suggestion. Whatever the case may be, the Human Federation still has you and me, two desolate sovereigns in charge, and both of them are late-stage Class 7 desolate sovereigns. No matter how you look at it, it's not yet time to awaken the slumbering desolate sovereigns in the three ancestral grounds. That's right. This is a matter of great importance, and we won't consider it for the time being. Still, even if we don't mention the Magic Hall and the Multiverse Federation, we have to be on guard against the Celestial Federation. That shifter blood demon is a vengeful person and has never been a good person. Previously, D-Air had opened up a stable planar portal in the void 10 billion miles away from the Federation's planetary system. That was how the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory arrived. Why don't the two of us put in more effort and blow up the wormhole again, widening it to at least the size of the portal built by the Star Alliance and the Multiverse Alliance? That's a good idea. That way, not only would the factions of the Third Universe continue to arrive, stabilizing the Human Federation's control over the Void Fragment, we could at least bring the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory back to the Third Universe when the time comes. At that, the two desolate sovereigns smiled at each other, and could be said to have hit it off. Chapter 4997. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, a shocking piece of news broke out in the void of this fragment of the Chaos Land, causing an uproar among the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers. However, their hearts, which had been in their throats because of the end of the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, had finally calmed down. In this fragment of the Chaos Land, other than the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids, there were 3 top-notch powers: the Tianji Clan, the Magic Hall, and the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, later on, following the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, which led to the destruction of the Tianji Clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Magic Hall once again became the undisputed overlord of this fragment of the Chaos Land. This, to the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids, they naturally did not wish to see a situation where only one power dominated the fragment. If that happened, they would sooner or later be devoured by the Magic Hall and forcibly taken in. They would also have to regularly provide precious cultivation resources that were not easy to come by. However, the situation that they wished to see the most was that within this fragment of the Chaos Land, there would be 2 to 3 top-notch powers restraining each other. It would be best if there were occasional battles of various sizes. If that was the case, they would naturally not have the time to care about them. Originally, the various higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids thought that with the destruction of the Tianji Clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, such a situation would never happen again. Not long after, the Magic Hall would monopolize this fragment of the Chaos Land and forcibly take in various small and medium-sized powers. However, what no one had expected was that the matter that they had lost all hope for had suddenly taken an unexpected turn 1 month ago. On the other hand, in the face of the Magic Hall's dominance and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Starry Sky Federation and the Myriad Race Alliance actually made a huge and shocking decision within a short span of 2 days. Star the Sky Alliance's desolate sovereign old monster, the blood-devouring lion, gritted his teeth and woke up all the ancestors of the various eras who were hibernating in the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan. There were more than 200 of them, and they were all Universe Supreme beings and above. Among them, there were dozens of primordial beings and 17 or 18 primordial supreme beings. Furthermore, the newly awakened patriarchs of the 3 races tore open a rift in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system at the cost of destroying their own ancestral lands. They forcibly merged the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the Urwilds. Such as with that, The Star Alliance was confident that the other races in the second universe would be able to summon their ancestors from their ancestral lands at a moment's notice. The same was true for the armies of the various races. As soon as this news spread, news of the myriad races alliances movement spread. Dang, at that time, although the alliance of 10,000 races no longer had a desolate Zune, the dozen or so ancient powerful figures of the space rat, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the evil spirit slime made the same choice. They imitated the actions of the blood-devouring war lion and followed suit. More than 400 elders from the ancestral lands of the four clans were awakened. The weakest among them was a universe supreme, and more than half of them were awakened. There were about 300 of them. The remaining 100 or so of them were primordial beings and primordial supreme beings. Since the space rat, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the evil spirit slime had more than 80 primordial beings. As for primordial supreme beings, there were more than 20 of them. That was even more than the Star Alliance. And in the depths of the Alliance's planetary system, they tore open a rift in the void and forcibly merged the first plane of the universe with the Chaos Fragment. Since then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had regained their confidence in facing the Magic Hall. Now, within the two alliances' planetary systems, there were about 20 primordial supreme beings. Moreover, they could summon reinforcements from the first and second universes, which had completed the merging of the planes. Now, if they were to join forces, they would have the strength to conquer the Magic Hall. Of course, such a situation was unlikely to occur. The master of the Magic Hall was notorious for his ferocity. Ever since the Magic Hall took over, he had never suffered a loss. Even if they had the upper hand on the surface, they would not provoke the Magic Hall unless it was absolutely necessary. Since then, whether it was the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 races, the Demon Hall, or the leaders of the many small and medium forces scattered in the void of the untainted land fragment, almost all of them turned their eyes to the Human Federation as if they had made a pact. The Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. Among the three great powers, the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance had already taken action and reversed the unfavorable situation for them. Now, the only one left was the Human Federation. All the powers wanted to know what kind of decision the two old monsters of the Human Federation, whose reputations weren't too good, would make. A month had passed, but the Human Federation had not made any moves. Gradually, the people who were paying attention to the Human Federation started to disperse. Most people believed that the two old monsters would grit their teeth and endure the current dangerous situation. They would not make any rash moves until the most critical moment. But in fact, this was not the case. Over the past month, the two desolate venerable old monsters of the Human Race Federation had been busy. Previously, D-Air had created this huge wormhole passage in the void 10 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation's star sector. Although it had successfully connected to Universe 3, it was still a huge wormhole passage. But the wormhole could only allow one star to pass through. Even two stars could not pass through. This level of wormhole was far from the so-called merging of planes. To achieve the level of merging planes, they would have to expand this stable wormhole by at least 10 times. This was not impossible for the two desolate supremacy old monsters of the human race, but they had to be prepared. Therefore, in the past month, they had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. As long as all the arrangements were completed smoothly, there was at least an 80% chance that the wormhole would be expanded by at least 10 times with the help of the two old monsters' full power. In this way, this wormhole would be the same as the Star Alliances and the Human Federations. It could be said that this wormhole was truly a parallel plane to the Human Federation's third universe. In the past month, the outside world thought that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in fact, the two old monsters of the Human Federation had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. Now, all the arrangements had been completed. This wormhole passage looked normal from the outside without any abnormalities, but in fact, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. Chapter 4998. In the void beyond the planetary system of the Human Federation, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two figures darted out of a wormhole 10 billion miles away from the Federation planetary system. They were none other than the two late-stage old monsters with a bad reputation who were currently overseeing the Human Federation. Over the last month, the outside world had assumed that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in truth, those two old fellows had been in the wormhole all along, making various arrangements in full swing. And now, all arrangements had been completed. From the outside, this wormhole appeared to be normal without any abnormalities, but in truth, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. Once the void formation within the wormhole was detonated, the countless nodes would explode at the same time. Under the precondition that the wormhole remained stable, its diameter could be widened by more than 10 times in the shortest time possible. Only in this way could this wormhole channel be considered to have truly realized the formal parallel orbit of Universe 3 controlled by the Human Federation. And, once the merging was complete, the two old fellows' objective would be considered accomplished. If the Magic Hall, the alliance of 10,000 races, and especially the Galactic Federation did not invade, they would simply use the stable wormhole to continuously send in the human legions from the third universe. But, once they were attacked and could not resist, they could just bring the imperishable 9 stars, the 10 ultimates, and the Temple of Glory into the wormhole and flee to the third universe for the time being. Though it would be a little embarrassing, it was at least better than waking up some old monsters from the depths of the imperishable star, the 10 ultimates, and the Temple of Glory while the wind was still raging, making them lose all face. At that very thought, the two shameless old fellows turned to look at each other and nodded at the same time. Everything is ready, we just need one last thing. This old man has made 3 full calculations without any mistakes, and it could be detonated at any time. Then let's not wait any longer. Things might change if we delay. Let's first complete everything. After finishing the last sentence, the two old men did not say anything else. The smile on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes. In an instant, they fully activated the power in their bodies and raised their hands to punch forward. Boom, boom, rumble. In the next moment, all the Zhenyuan in the two old monsters transformed into a beam of energy that shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the wormhole and disappeared. This is the two energy pillars were over 10,000 zhang in diameter and were extremely solid. After all, they were the full-powered attacks of a late-stage 7th-order old monster. Not only were they faster than lightning, but they were also terrifyingly powerful. Along the way, the void collapsed, letting out muffled rumbling sounds of thunder. Whoosh! Whoosh! The late-stage Zun old freak drew back immediately. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Human Federation, which was tens of billions of miles away, then sat down cross-legged in the void. Then, with a wave of their hands, the two old men both slapped some top cultivation resources into their mouths to replenish the energy in their bodies that they had just consumed. As for the Human Federation behind them, all the forces were ordered to retreat to the depths of the star field by the two old men. They were not allowed to step out of the star field rashly. Such as, today, in this vast and boundless void, behind some abandoned stars in some remote corners hundreds of billions of miles away, some scattered fleets could be seen. They were the scouts from various small and medium-sized forces. At first, there was no movement, but at this moment, the commanders in the scout fleets were all alarmed. This was because the two late-stage old monsters in the Human Federation suddenly appeared outside the star field. This was definitely not normal. There must be something going on. Boom! Rumble! No more. When the higher-ups of the scout fleets hundreds of billions of miles away reacted, the wormhole passage, which was tens of billions of miles away from the star field of the Human Federation, began to tremble violently, and there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder. In the next moment, all the nodes of the void array that the two old men spent more than a month to arrange in the wormhole passage exploded at the same time. This violent force that made one's heart tremble was raging. The wormhole passage in front of them instantly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its diameter was originally only the size of a giant star, but in just a moment, the diameter of the wormhole passage doubled, allowing two giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. While during this process, the aura of the wormhole passage had been very stable, and there was no sign of it falling into chaos. By the numerous nodes of the void formation in the wormhole passage were actually set up by two 7th-stage old monsters after a month's worth of time. After that, they even went through 3 comprehensive deductions to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents before fully detonating it. Boom! Rumble. The earth-shattering roar continued. In their line of sight, this wormhole passage was expanding rapidly in all directions almost every moment. It was like a big mouth. The more angry it was, the more it opened, but it only expanded in all directions and did not approach the star field where the Human Federation was located. Straight after 4 or 5 breaths, the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 5 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Not only was this void mouth still as stable as before, but even the distance between it and the edge of the Human Federation star field was still around 10 billion miles. This was the result of the deliberate guidance of the 2 old men. They had considered the distance between the Human Federation star field and this wormhole passage when they arranged the void array composed of countless explosive nodes in the wormhole passage. Thus, therefore, although the wormhole passage was expanding, it only radiated in all directions and did not approach the Human Federation star field from a deep level. 100 distance of about 100 million miles was the most suitable for the Human Federation. Whether it was summoning an army from the 3rd universe or gathering the army in the Federation star field to evacuate to the 3rd universe on the other side of the wormhole passage, they all needed this 10 billion miles of void as a gathering place. Boom. Rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, 20 breaths had passed. This wormhole passage had been expanding outwards. At first, it was fast, but later on, it slowed down. But now, 20 breaths had passed, and the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 8 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Also, in other words, the expansion this time was already 80% complete. Moreover, until now, the entire wormhole passage was still very stable. The 2 old monsters of the human clan had bright smiles on their faces. They felt that victory was in sight. However, right at this moment, an unforeseen event that completely caught them off guard suddenly befell them. Chapter 4999. 20 breaths had passed, and the wormhole channel had been expanding outward. It was already 80% complete, and until now, the entire wormhole channel was still very stable. The 2 old monsters of the human race had already bloomed a bright smile on their faces. However, it was precisely at this moment that an unforeseen event that they had not expected at all suddenly, unexpectedly descended. Boom! Rumble, roar. The rumbling sound still continued, but suddenly, the wormhole channel that had slowed down suddenly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by a large margin. Moreover, in the rumbling sound of thunder in the void, there was actually an earth-shaking roar, dry and harsh, like the screeching of metal. In just a moment, the wormhole channel expanded by 1/3 at an astonishing speed. Originally, it could only accommodate 8 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side, but now it could accommodate about 12. Even the original intention of the 2 old monsters of the human race was only to accommodate 10 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side. Now, the wormhole channel had reached 12 immortal stars side by side, which was considered to have exceeded their expectations. Moreover, even if the wormhole channel unexpectedly expanded by a large margin in an instant, it was still incomparably stable, and there were no signs that it was about to collapse. From this point of view, everything that happened in front of them should have been a surprise for them, because they had achieved their expectations. But, in fact, when all this accident happened, the 2 old monsters of the human race, who were sitting cross-legged in the void outside the edge of the Human Race Federation star field, were stunned at the same time, and then their faces changed dramatically. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped in horror. What happened? Why did the wormhole channel suddenly expand so much? And that beast roar, how did it appear? Not only is the aura amazing, but it even sounds familiar. Do you also find it familiar? I also have the same feeling, and, An extremely strong intuition shrouded my heart. It seemed to be in trouble. Roar! Screech! It was as if the Buddha was responding to their exclamations that were filled with endless bewilderment. Just as the two old fellows finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from this planar wormhole passage that had stabilized after it expanded abruptly 10 billion miles ahead. Following closely behind was an extremely shrill and vicious howl. Regardless of whether it was the furious roar or the ruthless howl that followed it, they both sounded familiar, and they definitely came from the same existence, Shio. Rumble. When this incomparably shrill and ruthless howl faded away, a figure shot out from this stable wormhole that was connected to Universe 3. The sound of it breaking through the air was incomparably sharp, and the void rumbled with thunder. What rushed out of the wormhole was an incomparably gigantic mechanical beast. Its body was 500 million miles long, twice the size of the imperishable star. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of giant metal mantis wings on its back. However, its head was like a beehive, with countless facets on it. A rival the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. When it came to this mechanical beast, the two late-stage 7th-stage old monsters at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain were first stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were practically scared out of their wits. Heaven's mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a heavenly mystery beast. Mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a mechanical beast either. Heaven's the mechanical beast was about 400 million miles long. It was formed by the fusion of all the official members of the heavenly mystery race, as well as himself. Its cultivation level had already reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but in the recent battle in the Tianji stellar domain, the heavenly legacy beast's 6 mechanical arms had been blasted off. Pang Da's terrifying body that spanned over 400 million kilometers was left with a hole that was more than 50 million kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was pursued by D-Air's mechanical beast into the endless void turbulence. As for the mechanical beast, it was formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the official members of the mechanical race. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of metal mantis blade-like wings on its back. Its body was only about 300 million miles long, and its cultivation was close to the true heavenly Tao realm. It could be said to be the strongest person under the heavenly Tao realm, and even the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, was probably slightly inferior. However, it had yet to enter the true heavenly Tao realm. During the final moments of the battle in the heavenly mystery star domain, the main reason why it was able to chase after the heavenly mystery beast was mainly because the heavenly mystery beast had been severely injured by the Magic Hall's heaven-falling bow from Yi Xian. At the end of the battle, the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast fled into the endless void turbulence. Regardless of who it was, the countless experts in the void fragment of the primordial world never expected that they would return one day. However, in fact, this scene had indeed happened. However, there was a high chance that it had something to do with the expansion of the wormhole by the two late-stage old monsters of the human race, connecting the third universe and the void fragment of the primordial world to form a parallel orbit. It was during the expansion of the wormhole that they had accidentally captured the aura of the void coordinates. That was why they had come all the way. First, the sudden loud bang and the sudden expansion of the wormhole by nearly 30% was caused by them tearing through the void and entering the extremely stable wormhole from the endless void turbulence. However, in fact, it was no longer suitable to use the word them to describe them. Dang! When the chase entered the endless void turbulence, the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast were indeed two independent existences. In fact, they were one, so it was them. However, right now, the thing that had just charged out of the wormhole that had completed its orbit with the third universe was clearly a whole entity. It was the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast. It was no longer two separate entities, but one that had fused into one. If one really had to call it, one could only call it. Previously, the heavenly mystery beast was 400 million miles in size, while the mechanical beast was about 300 million miles in size. Now that the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast had fused into one, its size had reached 500 million miles in size. Such a terrifyingly huge body was definitely a supreme overlord in this untainted world fragment void. In addition, this new type of mechanical beast, which was formed by the fusion of the celestial mystery beast and the mechanical beast, must have been the fusion of DE and D air. No matter who had swallowed whom, the fusion of the two was an indisputable fact. Therefore, up until now, it was most appropriate to call this terrifying beast that was the fusion of DE and D air, the heavenly mystery beast and the mechanical beast, and even the entire heavenly mystery race and the mechanical beast, the Emperor Beast. Roar! At this moment, as it finally escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the fragment of the untainted world, the enormous Emperor Beast raised its head and let out another shocking roar, which was filled with endless madness. Chapter 5000. Roar. The next moment, as it escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe, the Archbeast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of madness. The invisible pressure emitted by this roar made the two Huang Zun old monsters of the Human Federation tremble. Their hearts were in their throats, but in the endless fear in their eyes, there was clearly hope and expectation. This the Archbeast was 500 million miles in size. Even a giant star was like a small dot in front of it. It walked on two legs with 4 arms and 2 legs. On its back was a pair of huge mechanical wings that looked like a mantis blade. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts, and its head was a combination of countless facets that looked like a beehive. This was a characteristic of the celestial mystery beast. This the Archbeast was the amalgamation of a mechanical beast and a celestial mystery beast. It was the culmination of the entire celestial mystery race and the entire mechanical race. Its appearance meant that between DE and D air, one had already been devoured by the other. The reason why there was a strong sense of expectation and hope in the eyes of the two old guys of the Human Race Federation was because of this. D air was a high-ranking member of the Human Race Federation, and previously, he had been in charge of the Federation's affairs. His relationship with these two old guys was quite harmonious. Therefore, if the Archbeast's appearance was formed because D air had devoured D's celestial mystery beast, then to the Human Race Federation, it was simply great news. After the amalgamation, this mechanical beast was now a true heavenly Tao realm existence. It was even stronger than the celestial mystery beast that had not completely stabilized its realm before. If it was really D air, the crisis that the Human Race Federation was currently facing would be instantly resolved. It could even leap to become the undisputed supreme overlord of this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Even the magic hall would flee at the sight of him. Thinking of this, the two old men suddenly became excited. In their opinion, although there was a certain probability that this Emperor Beast was DE, the probability was less than 30%. After all, the state of DE's Heaven Mystery Beast at that time was obvious to all. He was chased into the endless turbulent void by D air's mechanical beast. From this point alone, the probability of D air devouring DE is at least 60% to 70%. Just then, the Emperor Beast in the void in the distance raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Then, its gigantic strange head slowly turned and looked at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain. Maureen's incomparably deep voice rang out, filled with boundless ferocity. The Human Federation, huh? Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? That's fine too. Today, I'll destroy it while I'm at it. Hearing these words, the two desolate elders of the human clan trembled violently. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. It was clearly Di's voice. The dead D air was too useless. At that time, he was the one who chased D into the endless void. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be devoured by D? When this desperate thought surfaced in their minds, the gigantic Emperor Beast in the void in front of them had already rushed over with a shake of its body. DE, I won't let you succeed. You want to harm the Human Federation? Don't even think about it. Right at this moment, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and roared angrily, followed by D air's divine sense voice. Following this, the Emperor Beast, which was rumbling over, suddenly turned around and rushed in another direction. This was a supreme existence that had stepped into the true heavenly path realm. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. While, at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain, the two desolate elders of the human clan, who had almost fainted on the spot, stood there with their mouths wide open. They were completely stunned. Yi Xian was unaware of everything that had happened in the outside world. At this moment, he was in the cave-dwelling star deep in the rising sun forbidden land. The 7 gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had already entered the magic hall to continue their seclusion. During this period of time, Yi Xian had calmed down and adjusted his state of mind. His state of mind had also undergone a small sublimation. Now, he had once again welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Swish, 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 he arrived at the back mountain of the cave-dwelling star. With a wave of his hand, Shen Nong's treasured cauldron appeared. Yi Xian stepped in and sat down at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Immediately after, a large number of faint air-piercing sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. All these were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. They included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of an infant's fist by the power of the Shenong cauldron's field. They were all swallowed into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it spread out and started to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. This, when the energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an unknown amount of time had passed. Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a thought, he only needed to charge once to break the shackles. Next, in the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu mantra has broken through. Current realm, 3rd order supreme primordial level. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the physical body's qi and blood realm has broken through. Current realm, 3rd order supreme primordial level. 3rd order supreme primordial level. His cultivation had broken through again. This was the peak of the early stage supreme primordial level. With one more step, he would enter the mid-stage supreme primordial level. However, Yi Xian did not feel too happy. He had already known everything. Even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again after this breakthrough and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th order supreme primordial level. Of course, after the breakthrough, his battle strength would definitely be stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm. This was a situation that could no longer be changed. As the primordial desolate apocalypse's full awakening process deepened, he would never be able to penetrate that barrier without obtaining the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao in this primordial world fragment. He would never be able to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even so, when it was time to break through, Yi Xian still had to break through. He could not slack off because he would not be able to stay here for long. Soon, all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun would follow him into the primordial chaos starfield. Once he entered, it would be time for Yi Xian to explode. Chapter 5001. The Human Federation, in the void outside the edge of the star field. Although there was an accident, the plan of the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation still succeeded. Now, in the void in front of the Human Federation star field, there was a huge wormhole entrance. Its diameter was so big that it could allow 12 giant stars the size of undying stars to enter side by side. This was beyond the expectations of this wormhole. It had already exceeded the original expectations of the two old monsters of the human race. Moreover, this giant wormhole channel that had achieved a parallel orbit with the third universe was incomparably stable. At this moment, as the autarch beast that had unexpectedly returned was far away, the two desolate supremes of the human federation came back to their senses after a while. When they looked around, there were fleets and battleships of different sizes in the void far away. They were shooting towards the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared from. These fleets and battleships were originally scouts of the Human Federation's star field. They were scouts from small and medium-sized factions that were secretly observing the Human Federation's movements. However, now, in the wormhole that the Human Federation had built, a level autarch beast that was suspected to be the fusion of DE and D-Air had rushed out. Apart from being shocked, they were also puzzled. Although they were frightened as scouts, it was impossible for them not to investigate when they encountered such a shocking change. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. Exactly because of this, these scout fleets from various factions swarmed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. Although the autarch beast was terrifying and had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, as long as they kept a distance, they should be able to ensure their safety. They actually knew their limits. To the autarch beast, they were probably not even real ants. How could an existence at the level of the autarch beast target them? Only if they did not take the initiative to provoke it, they would definitely be fine. Of course, not all of the scout fleets rushed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. A small portion of them separated from the scout fleets. Only a small number of battleships rushed in all directions. These battleships were obviously returning to the clans and forces behind them, reporting everything that happened here as soon as possible. How without a doubt, as the news spread, the autarch beast's return would definitely cause an uproar in this vast void fragment of the primordial world and completely fall into chaos. At this moment, the two desolate supremes of the Human Federation were still standing in the void outside the Federation's star field. They had just recovered from their shock. Looking into the distance, they saw that the scout fleets of the small and medium-sized factions had disappeared at the end of their vision. The two old fellows exchanged glances, frowning, and fell into deep thought. They had naturally seen the situation just now. Yes, for the Human Federation, everything that happened later could be said to be a mixture of sorrow and joy. The Emperor the Beast had returned. Furthermore, this Empyrean beast was the amalgamation of a heavenly legacy beast and a mechanical beast. It was much larger in size and its cultivation level was much stronger. It had already stabilized its cultivation at the heavenly Tao realm. However, its own state was obviously somewhat unstable. Just now, the Emperor Beast's divine consciousness voices came out one after another from DE and D-Air's mouth. An autarch. Obviously, E and D-Air were trying to devour each other and completely gain control of the autarch beast. This situation was like having two primordial spirits enter the body of a living creature and start a primordial spirit war. No matter which one was possessed, as long as one could hold on to the end, he would be considered the winner. The one who lost would lose his consciousness forever. It was equivalent to having his body and soul destroyed. To the two old fellows, they naturally hoped that the winner would be D-Air. However, this matter was hard to say. Even if they were desolate supremes in the late stage of the 7th rank, they could not interfere. They did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems that we have to prepare for both scenarios. After some thought, one of the old fellows raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "If D-Air succeeds, it'll be fine. Of course, everyone will be happy. To the Human Federation, it's a huge advantage. Everything will be reversed because of this. But if DE wins, with his hatred for the Human Federation and D-Air, DE's first target will not be the Magic Hall, but the Human Federation. Not only is the autarch beast a true heavenly path realm expert, but it has also stabilized its cultivation in this realm. If DE wins and the autarch beast attacks, I'm afraid we won't have much time to prepare. Therefore, we should let the various forces in the Federation prepare to retreat. Once the news is confirmed that the winner is DE, immediately let them enter the wormhole at the edge of the star field and return to the third universe first. At this point, another old monster of the human race took over and nodded in agreement. When the time comes, although the autarch beast can still enter the wormhole and chase us all the way to the third universe's realm, he most likely won't do that. After all, there are other enemies in the void of this eldritch world fragment, including the Magic Hall, which also made D invincible. During the battle in the Tianji Star Field, if not for the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian's Skyfall Bao, everything that happened later would not have happened. Therefore, it's very likely that he will temporarily abandon the Human Federation and rush to the Magic Hall to prevent Yi Xian from escaping. Whoosh! Whoosh! After making the decision, the two old fellows immediately raised their hands and waved out a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the Human Federation's star field in front of them. They were giving orders to the dozen or so primordial era experts in the Human Federation to immediately take action and prepare for a full retreat. As for the two of them, they naturally couldn't stay put in this special situation. After looking at each other, they nodded slightly and turned into two streaks of light, shooting toward the void in the distance where the Emperor Beast had disappeared. They would pay close attention to everything that happened on the Emperor Beast. Once the final result of the electronic consciousness battle between DE and D-Air was confirmed, they would immediately take corresponding measures. Star the Sky Alliance. A month ago, the Blood Serpent, Azure Pang, and Battle Lion ancestral lands were awakened from their slumber. Since then, the Star Alliance had fallen into a state of tranquility. Not even the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void in the distance. This was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabin being opened to the maximum. Looking around, the Star Alliance's scout fleet, composed of hundreds of small starry fortresses, was heading in this direction. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the star field. They rushed directly into the star field, revealing a trace of undisguised panic. Chapter 5002. Rumble, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A Star Alliance scout fleet made up of more than 100 small fortresses was heading their way. The earth-shattering rumbles grew louder and louder. It was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabins operating at maximum capacity. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the galaxy. Instead, they rushed straight into the center of the galaxy, revealing a hint of panic. The scout fleet had just received news of what had happened outside of the Terran Federation's galaxy. The fleet's higher-ups were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment and hurried back as quickly as they could. For example, today, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestral lands had all awakened from their slumber. There were more than 200 of them in total. For example, among them, there were dozens of primordial great experts on the same level as the blood-devouring Warlion. There were also 18 primordial supremes who were stronger than him. However, these masters and desolate masters had only just awoken from their slumber by the bloodthirsty lion. Therefore, after completing the connection between the second universe and the Star Alliance's galaxy, they returned to their respective planets and went into seclusion again. Of course, this kind of slumber was completely different from the one in the ancestral lands. It was shallow and could be awakened at any time. For example, since they had just awoken, they didn't know the details of the Chaos Fragment. Therefore, the bloodthirsty lion was still in charge of the Star Alliance. 2 desolate supremacies and 9 almighties stayed in the Alliance star sector and did not enter seclusion to manage the Alliance's affairs. For example, today, as soon as the Star Alliance's scout fleet entered the Alliance, the commander of the fleet rushed out from the flagship and streaked across the sky toward the living planet where the Alliance's Great Hall was located. For example, at this time, there were 11 figures sitting in the hall. 9 there were 3 primordial masters from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. For example, the other 3 were primordial masters from the Blood Dragon and Green Rock clans. In addition, the bloodthirsty lion also possessed the strength of a desolate master under the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Rebuke, the commander of the fleet, rushed into the main hall and immediately reported everything that happened in the Human Race Federation. The blood-devouring Warlion, the 12 powerful figures, and Huang Zun were stunned when they heard this. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. They all exclaimed in shock. What? The return of the autarch beast? How could this be? Damn it, this is clearly the work of those two old guys from the Human Federation. If they hadn't forcibly expanded the wormhole passage and made it parallel to the plane of Universe 3, how could the Emperor Beast that entered the endless turbulent void catch its aura and return? The situation doesn't look good. Although the Empyrean Beast isn't in good condition, with D Air and D Yi's electronic consciousnesses still in the process of devouring each other, the Empyrean Beast's body has already fused. Its injuries have all healed, and the fact that it has completely stabilized at the Heavenly Tao realm cannot be denied. This can be seen from its size of more than 500 million miles. Now that this Empyrean Beast has fused with a mechanical beast, it must be even more powerful. Our Starry Sky Federation will definitely not be able to resist. Our situation is different from that of the Human Federation. If D-Air wins, the Human Federation will have a complete turnaround. However, for our Starry Sky Federation, regardless of whether DE or D-Air wins, the result will be the same. I'm afraid that sooner or later, they will come knocking on our door. At this point, the 12 old monsters in the main hall exchanged glances. They were all worried. Ding. The huge main hall of the Alliance fell into silence. After a few seconds, the blood-devouring war lion's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the 9 powerful figures sitting on the left and right of the main hall. He immediately ordered, "The 9 of you will stay in the Alliance's star field and inform everyone to prepare to evacuate immediately. Once the order is given, you must enter the plane channel immediately and evacuate from this eldritch world fragment void." After saying that, he turned to the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan and said, "My 2 friends, the 3 of us will go out for a walk. This is a serious matter. We can't just sit here and wait for news." Fortunately, although the Empyrean Beast is powerful, it now has DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses in its body. They are constantly fighting each other and have fallen into a state of madness. In this state, its threat has been reduced to the lowest level. It can even be said that it is far inferior to the Empyrean Beast before its realm stabilized. As long as we keep a certain distance, hide our auras, and follow it from afar. In terms of safety, there should be no problem. The 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan obviously had no objection to this and nodded immediately. Whoosh, whoosh. Once the decision was made, the 3 old monsters didn't pause for even a moment. They leaped into the air and left the Alliance's Grand Hall. They rushed out of the vast starfield occupied by the Star Alliance and headed in the direction of the Human Federation. At the same time, in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, more than 20 figures were secretly discussing this matter. They had just received the news about the Human Federation. Then, more than 20 desolate venerables and supreme masters of the ancients who were not in seclusion and were in charge of handling the affairs of the Alliance in the star field immediately began to discuss. The ancestors of each era that the Alliance of 10,000 Races had awakened this time were from the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, and the Evil Slime clan. Therefore, the people in charge of the affairs of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall were the higher-ups of these 4 clans. For each of the clans had 5 desolate venerables and 1 supreme master of the ancients. In total, there were 24 figures. At present, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was facing a similar situation as the Starfield Alliance. The strength of the Emperor Beast worried them deeply because no matter whether DE or D-Air won in the end, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. They would have to face it sooner or later. However, compared to the Human Federation and the Magic Hall, the Alliance of 10,000 Races was in a better situation. They wouldn't be the first target of the Emperor Beast. But now that the situation had changed, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Therefore, after some discussion, the higher-ups of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall immediately made the same decision as the blood-devouring lion. The 20 desolate venerables stayed in the star field and immediately made preparations to evacuate. The other 4 supreme masters of the ancients immediately rushed to the star field where the Emperor Beast resided. They concealed their auras and closely observed the situation from afar. They had to ensure that if any new changes occurred, the headquarters of the Alliance of 10,000 Races could respond in the shortest time possible. Whoosh, whoosh. After reaching an agreement, the 4 desolate elders immediately stood up. Without any hesitation, they leaped up and left the Life Star where the Alliance Palace was located. The first thing they did was to rush out of the star field and head towards the direction of the Human Federation. Chapter 5003. In the depths of the forbidden land of rising sun, inside Yi Xian's cavern star. Whoosh! After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian opened his eyes and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. Just as he was about to step into the black magic hall on the peak of the towering mountain, a long howl suddenly echoed from outside the cavern star. "Awo!" It was clearly Old Pig's voice. Yi Xian paused and frowned slightly. He turned around and shot out of the cauldron star. The old man was clearly calling him. If there was no major event, he would not have done so. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure passed through the atmosphere of the cauldron star and arrived in the void of the star region. There were not many figures outside the void. Other than Old Pig, there were only the black-robed desolate sovereign and primordial porcupine from the Alliance of the Remnants. They were all desolate sovereigns, or under the state of 9 transformations of the demonic pig, they had the combat strength of a desolate sovereign. Logically speaking, even if there was a major event in the outside world, they would not be worried. But in fact, whether it was the black-robed desolate sovereign, primordial porcupine, or even Old Pig who was a half-step into the heavenly Tao realm, they were all looking at Yi Xian with a worried expression. Did the Human Federation do something again? Did they learn from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races and awaken the champions of various eras in the depths of the undying star, the 10 ultimate sky palaces, and the Temple of Glory? Yi Xian already knew about everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races more than a month ago before he went into seclusion, but he did not take it to heart. No, after that, the Human Federation did not take any action, and Yi Xian was too lazy to care, so he entered the farmer god cauldron for seclusion. But, in fact, he was quite interested in the subsequent actions of the Human Federation. To be precise, he was interested in the 10 ultimate sky palaces and the Human Federation of Glory deep in the depths of the undying star. In among all the forces and races in the 3 main planes of the universe, the 2 human camps and the myriad net federation had always had the deepest foundation. As the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions, the Temple of Glory and the Temple of 10 Ultimates in the depths of the indestructible star would definitely have many superior beings and barren supremacies slumbering within. Yi Xian really wanted to confirm the approximate number of people and their strength levels. However, reality clearly left him greatly disappointed. This time, the 2 Baron Zun monsters who were keeping watch in the Human Federation did not awaken the latent powers of their race that were slumbering in the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace and the Temple of Glory. Those 2 old fellows merely expanded the wormhole passage 10 billion kilometers away from the star field by more than 10 times and successfully merged with the plane of Universe 3. The Old Pig spirit took over the conversation and suddenly sighed. However, there was a huge accident in the process. It can even be said that those 2 old fellows have gotten themselves into big trouble this time. Yi Xian did a double take at how serious his words were, his expression turning somber as well. The Divine Beast and the Mecha Beast have returned. To be precise, it is only an autark beast that returned. Since it is a fusion between DE and D-Air, it is called the autark beast. This autark beast is over 500 million kilometers in size, walking on 2 legs and 4 arms. It has a pair of mechanical mantis wings on its back, while its head is a giant beehive-shaped polyhedron like the Divine Beast. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanical beast chased after the Heaven's Legacy Beast into the endless void turbulence and devoured the Heaven's Legacy Beast. Then, the 2 mechanical beasts fused and formed the current autark beast. When it was exiled in the endless void turbulence, the 2 idiots from the Human Federation expanded the wormhole passage, which happened to be close to the void where it was located. Its aura was captured, so it locked onto its coordinates and entered the wormhole passage. After rushing out, it returned to the void of this eldritch world fragment. This autark beast's body is not damaged at all. Not only does it have the cultivation of the heavenly path realm, but its aura is solid. Clearly, its realm has been stabilized, but there is still a big problem with its consciousness that has not been resolved. The old pig spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now, DE and D Air's electronic consciousness are all in this autark beast's body. They are fighting for control of the autark beast's body and devouring each other, but all of this is not over yet. It seems to be in a stalemate and no one has the upper hand. Sometimes, DE's consciousness takes the lead, and sometimes it becomes D Air's consciousness. Therefore, this autark beast seems to have gone mad. It is now wreaking havoc in the void of the universe not far from the Human Federation. That place is already in a mess. According to the intelligence, the two old guys from the Human Federation have secretly followed it. It is the same for the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the Star Alliance. A few desolate supremacies have been dispatched. They have restrained their auras and are following the autark beast from afar, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Moreover, as the autark beast has now stabilized its cultivation of the heavenly path realm, when it wreaks havoc in the void, it often punches out, causing a large part of the void of the universe to collapse instantly. Although it will quickly recover under the influence of the power of the void laws, but such a movement is after all too big, and it happens again and again. Such a situation has most likely attracted the attention of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Now, in this vast and boundless void of the Eldritch World fragment, the invisible power of the Heavenly Path Law is rapidly increasing. Old Pig has a very strong hunch that the primeval Heaven's Eye will take advantage of this opportunity to take action. If something goes wrong, the current situation of the Heavenly Path Law in the outside world means that the moment when the Eldritch World will fully descend is coming. In the void, the invisible power of the Heavenly Path Law is skyrocketing. Hearing this situation, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He subconsciously exclaimed softly, and then fell into deep thought. Old Pig was now at the peak of the desolate supremacy, at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, which was half a step into the heavenly path. His judgment of the invisible skyrocketing power of the heavenly path in the outside world should not be wrong. If so, the primeval Heavens Eye might really want to take advantage of this opportunity to push the Eldritch World to fully descend. In other words, the real Eldritch World could descend at any time. It looks like we have to speed up the progress. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Old Pig, Primordial Porcupine, and the black-robed Desolate Supremacy. He exhorted, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go out and take a look. I have to grasp the situation immediately and respond in time. As for the three of you, stay behind in the Magic Hall. Immediately inform the 6 Magic Hall legions and all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immediately store all the resources in the star, or transfer them to the battleships or battleships. Once I give the order, the Magic Hall will be fully relocated.